Here we go. Testing one, two, and three. That was not my music, by the way. That's the default. That's the default music right there. Oh man, shout out to anybody that's tuning in. We will be speaking on Shedeur Sanders, and a little bit more things on the NFL draft. A little bit draft related. We will be speaking on, but mainly speaking on Shedeur Sanders. Um, I think for this one, I will. I will open up the stream for this one. Let me just put the link. I might have to share. I might have to do an invite for this one. Let's see. Maybe later on. Maybe later on. But we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. But meanwhile, we got whole shit going. I mean, we got whole stuff going on with Shedeur Sanders, particularly with the coverage, the media coverage. The normies hating. Shedeur Sanders getting a crank called. We got a lot of weird stuff going on, man, with this situation. So I don't know if we could start off with the video that's gone viral with the Atlanta Falcons DC, the Atlanta the Atlanta Falcons defensive coordinator son somehow getting Shedeur Sanders' burner phone number, which was only passed out to the NFL executives. Crank calling Shedeur Sanders, and I'm like, bruh, how did this even happen? How the hell? Because when people saw the video, people were like, yo, how did he even get his phone number? So they already got the guy because they found him. they found his son because the son put himself in the video, which was stupid. That's got to be one of the stupidest things I've ever seen. He made himself seen in the video. you know, so that's one of the stupidest things I've ever seen. And he released an apology. Now, what that son doesn't understand is he probably just got his dad fired. And then on top of that, when you look at the legacy of Deion Sanders, most of it is, I'm not going to say most of it, but that was the team that Deion Sanders started with the Atlanta Falcons, and for the Atlanta Falcons defensive coordinator son to do this. Damn. Jesus Christ. Because at first everybody thought it was Joe Schoen's the Giants GM's daughter, because people were saying like this took place in Ole Miss because the guy had an Ole Miss shirt on, but apparently that was not the case. So let's watch this video real quick. Put that into practice, I think. So why should we translate it? Okay, so let's present the video. Get that loading screen up there while I load up the video. But yeah, shout out to Shedeur Sanders, though, eventually getting drafted to the Browns in the 5th round. Congratulations on the dream coming true, I guess. Shout out to him for that. So shout out to the dream coming true. By the way, let me see. Let me just do a sound check test on my microphone just to make sure I'm good. Just make sure I'm straight. Because I had my microphone muted at first. Let me just make sure I'm good. Let me just make sure I'm good real quick. Okay, I'm good. I'm good. I am straight. So let's put the video up. I don't know why it's taking forever. Oh man, here we go. Here we go. Let's add this on. So right here, yeah, this is the crank call that went viral.
Hey, is this Shedeur? This is Mickey Loomis here, the GM of the New Orleans Saints. How you doing? This is Mickey Loomis here, GM of the Saints.
How you doing?
Good. How are you, man?
Good. Been waiting on you.
Yeah, we have. It's been a long wait, man. We're gonna take you with our next pick right here, man.
This ain't gonna be legendary.
Hey, but you're gonna have to wait a little bit longer, man. Sorry about that.
What does that mean?
What? What did he say?
I don't know.
How you gonna ask us what it means and you was on the phone?
You heard that? He said you're gonna have to wait a little bit longer. Sorry about that.
Why did he call?
What the fuck?
Hey, that's
I don't know what that was. It's 50-50. But nobody got this number though.
It was private.
Did they just troll, bro?
Okay.
Man, he just got trolled, bro. They tripping now, fam. Now I'm gonna crash out, bro. Oh.
That's sad, though. That's sad. And there were people that actually found this funny. You know, that was the interesting part. Like, people found this funny. I was like, all right. You know. But yeah, the hate got to stop, man. The hate's got to stop. Let's continue. Let's keep this thing playing.
There was it. They said we're gonna tell you what the next pick, but you gotta wait a little bit longer. That's wild. You know what it is?
Sorry, I just paused it because I thought I was gonna say something. Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Yeah, that's probably not the brightest idea to troll Deion Sanders' son. And I'm gonna make that clear throughout the whole thing. Like, remember, this is Deion Sanders' son at the end of the day. Not just, we're not just talking about Shedeur Sanders. We're also talking about the son of who I consider who might be the best football player of all time, right? This is a guy whose name means something in the NFL. So, like I know good and damn well, like, say if Archie Manning, once he enters the NFL draft, like about 2 years from now, a year from now, I don't know when he's gonna come in. But say if something happened and Archie Manning was falling, do you think anybody would have the nerve or the gall to crank call Archie? What's it? The Archie Manning, please. They would even. They would, first of all, they will not be reckless. Like, the people up top, the NFL executives or the whoever has his phone number for the draft night, they will not even be reckless with the phone number because they know they're gonna lose their job. Now, same thing's gonna happen to probably the DC here, but he was reckless with it. I don't understand how you can have his the phone number be so accessible to where a coordinator's kid can access the information. That's insane to me. That's insane.
Think about it.
What makes the story better?
All the quarterbacks after the top two. But number one, Cam Ward went one. Jackson Dart went late first. Now we get the third quarterback off the board. Saints have Dome Stadium.
Who?
At the peak. Atlanta
The Saints.
the weather
They're taking
Carolina
who?
be up to date favorable.
No, they ain't pick nobody.
Yeah, you would think so. I mean, I'm sitting here trying to read the body language of the people. Yeah, me too. I'm looking at Brandon Staley, the defense.
Let me check the comments real quick. Oh, we empty. Okay, got you.
The coordinator, I'm going, does he look happy? Kellen Moore happy? Which one of these guys is really looking at Mickey Loomis going, hey, thank you for giving me the guy I wanted? You would think
Where that ball at?
with quarterback and
Where the football at?
Derek Carr's health situation would be something that they would want to impress. But wide receiver, the availability of their wide receivers right now, they have some health issues with wide receiver. But that'd be a position that they look at and say,
I ain't even gonna hold you though. Like Shedeur Sanders handled this well, because most people would have crashed out. And then I was seeing like certain comments, particularly from Caucasian dudes that have no idea how life works. They were in the comments talking about, what do you mean you're giving your propers for crashing out for just being a basic human? You guys are savages. I'm sitting there like, bro, I'd have been a cashier for like 2 separate companies. I know there's a lot of white people that can't even wait in line without crashing out. So I'm like, so imagine if your son, or forget that, I played soccer. I remember seeing a dad chasing a 12-year-old kid, white dude too, white dude chasing a white kid on the field because the 11 or 12-year-old kid called him a FAG. He chased him. I like this notion I've been I'll see on Twitter, particularly with Caucasian dudes, when they act like these are the most civilized, people. I'm like, bro, I done lived around white people too long. What are y'all talking about? He about to beat up a kid over a kid calling him the F word in front of all these adults, and all these adults is like, yo, what do you do in a soccer tournament in a summer, which means like absolutely nothing. These are like friendly soccer tournaments. These are just money grabs that literally mean nothing. There's no scouts. There's nothing. These are just things to keep kids busy in the summer. I was like, yes, this was very well handled from a young man who got crank called, who was also promised that he was going to be taken in the first round, and even with the cameras on him, didn't curse nobody out, kept his composure, and stayed himself. It was, what are you talking about? Crash out? Are you guys not civilized? I'm like, oh my God. Like, imagine if you're in Shedeur Sanders' shoes. First of all, most dudes are gonna be disappointed. And yes, I've seen people crash out for way less. For way less. This guy was massively disrespected. Has been massively disrespected, not only by the NFL teams, but fans in general. And he's kept his cool. You know what I mean? So that's actually very commendable.
What'd they get? They didn't say yet. Sure.
They did it switch up.
What's up, Green Bay?
Nobody got.
But mainly, people got to understand the reason why Shedeur fell was because that was the NFL teams, slash GMs that was sending the Sanders families, a message like, yo, we run this, not you. You know what I mean? That's basically why he fell. People can miss me with it's his ability. No, it's no. That was and it's not necessarily about race. It's just the NFL GMs, owners, or the people making these decisions. They just wanted to make it clear, look, Deion Sanders, you're not running my team. I'm running my team. That was especially with the teams that picked these other quarterbacks over Shedeur Sanders, who Shedeur Sanders was clearly better than. Right. When you talk about the Saints picking Tyler Slough, I think his name is, the Cleveland Browns picking Dylan Gabriel over him at first. The Giants trading back up, I think, and picking Jackson Dart. Those organizations did that just to show, just to prove, like, look, we don't need you. By picking quarterbacks worse than him, even though they needed a quarterback. But like I said, that was a message to that technically that was, I believe that was this was collusion. This is a case of collusion, right? That's just my opinion on that. But that's something that it's happened before. You know what I mean? So it's nothing new. It's nothing new. It's happened before, but this is a clear cut case of.
Yeah, I told you.
All right. With the 40th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Tyler Shuck, quarterback, Louisville.
Yeah, that was crazy work. This dude, 26 years, like Tyler, no disrespect to Broski, but let me bring up his profile real quick just to show you something. He had one decent season, like one decent season. The dude's like 25 or 26 years old, last I checked. Okay, yeah, he's going to turn 26 this year. Right? He's been in college for how long? You got all these people because of that COVID year and all these things. Got these people now staying in college for all these years now. You got these 26-year-old rookies, 25, these 26 and 27-year-old rookies, 25-year-old rookies. Hey, man. I mean, bruh. Because when I saw Tyler Slough go into the Saints in the second round, my eyes rose. I was like, uh-oh. This is when I saw I'll say I had my obviously my eyebrows were raised when Jackson Dart went to the Giants for the first round pick for the 23rd overall pick. Obviously my eyebrows rose, but it's the Giants. They conduct business a certain type of way. We don't have to get into that. So it wasn't surprising per se, right? But when the Saints chose Tyler Show, I was like, yo, he's about to drop. Like, I'm like, damn, that means I'm like, Sanders really about to really drop. I'm like, I'm literally like, he might not even get drafted. And now when you look at Shedeur Sanders getting drafted in the 5th round, me personally, I think that was I think the Cleveland Browns owner, I think I forgot what his name is, Jimmy Haslam, if I'm not mistaken. I think that was a Haslam pick. I think he forced the Browns GM to pick Sanders. That's my opinion, because why would you pick Dalen Gabriel in the 3rd or 4th round and then pick Shedeur Sanders later on? Now, I don't understand how the Browns draft picks really confused me, because when you really look at it, because I think they traded their 2nd overall pick. They could have had Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders. They could have actually drafted both, but they ended up with Shedeur Sanders in like the 5th round when they already drafted Dylan Gabriel in like the 3rd or 4th round, and then they traded that, was it the number 2 overall pick, to the Jacksonville Jaguars, and they ended up with Mason Graham, if I'm not mistaken. But they could have had Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter. So I'm not sure what the Browns, the Browns, they be doing things. I'll give the Browns credit. They actually do try to win. They're just a terribly run organization. They do try to win. It's just they're just bad. Like even like they'll finally start to gain some progress, but then they end up self-sabotaging by trying to win. So they're one of the rare teams that try to win, but they still suck. Like usually you have certain teams that are just they're just there to lose, right? So you talk about the Jets, who else? Why am I blanking on these other teams' names? It looks like the Giants for now. They're kind of in that same situation. But there are certain teams, particularly in American sports, they're just there to lose, right? Um, but the Browns, they try to win. It just doesn't work. Now, a lot of the times that's because you have a meddling owner. So this is my suspicions for Shedeur Sanders. That's my suspicions. That's my suspicion for that. But yeah, that's because I'm very suspicious of that pick because especially when they showed the reactions of the people in the boardroom when Shedeur got drafted, they were just like they were just so unenthusiastic. You know what I mean? And so that sound like to me that was a pick by the owner. The owner forced them to get Shedeur Sanders, which is usually not a good thing. Usually, if you're a QB and you're going to an organization where the owner basically forced the QB on the coach, the coach usually like 90% of most, I'll say 90% of the time it usually doesn't work out because you're going into a situation where the coach doesn't want you and he's just not going to get over the fact that he didn't pick you. So he's going to put you in a really bad position to succeed. You know what I mean? This what happened to what's it, RG3? Um a lot of QBs like that. Johnny Manziel, a lot of QBs where the owner basically makes a decision for the head coach. It usually never works out because it's always going to be that friction because the coach doesn't really want you, the GM doesn't want you. So this is going to be a real uphill battle for Shedeur Sanders, a real uphill battle. If Shedeur Sanders can get through this, my respect for him will be like at an all-time high. I'm talking about over most QBs in history because he's working against history here. He really is working against history. Now, Deshaun for what the QB room right now for the Browns looks like it's Deshaun Watson, Dylan Gabriel, Joe Flacco, and Shedeur. And Deshaun Watson, if I'm not mistaken, he's out for this season due to injury. So it's going to be Joe Flacco, Dylan Gabriel, and Shedeur Sanders battling for QB1, QB2, QB3. Now we already know Dylan Gabriel. He's gonna get the the crap end of the stick, unfortunately. But it looks like Shedeur Sanders will be QB2, and then Joe Flacco will get the starting job for now. And because Deshaun Watson, he's not gonna play this year. Last I checked, so we'll see how that goes. That Browns team is gonna be that's gonna be very interesting. It's gonna be very interesting. Oh Lord. But yeah, let me keep this playing. Keep this playing. Here we go.
Push it up.
Quarterback.
There it is.
Wow.
One of the most intriguing prospects.
Wow.
He'll be 26 years old in September. He played parts of 7 seasons in college. Look at the reaction.
You got the phone. Who got that number?
From the dog.
They looking for.
But yeah, that was OD. That was OD. Because when I saw that crank call, the first thing I said was, how did they come? Like, how they get that number? That's the first thing I said. I was like, that number is only given out to like really a few people, man. Like that number is only goes out to the executives. A lot of these the athletes, they get basically burner phones, so then they only get that call from the GM, right, or the coach, right? So the head coach. So that was the first thing people started doing their investigations. So they thought it was the Giants GM's daughter because the kid had the Ole Miss shirt on, but it turns out it was the Atlanta Falcons DC's son that had the number. And that wasn't very smart. That was not smart. That was not smart, because now anybody related to Jeff Ulbrich, whatever that DC's name is, anybody that's related to him, anybody that's associated with him, they're gonna get the death stare from anybody that's associated with Sanders. And like I said, Deion Sanders' name means something in the NFL. He's friends with a lot of coaches. He's friends with a lot of people in the media. So that was stupid. That was stupid. So, hey, I hope that kid, I hope he got, or the kids involved, I hope they got their laughs in, because there's going to be some lifetime consequences that come with that. Yo, that's not gonna be fun. Like me personally, I would have not, if somebody told me, oh, I got Shedeur Sanders a number, I'm finna crank call, I would have literally took their phone and threw it out the window. Because I'll be like, I'm not trying to be associated with you, and I'm trying to save you. Educated Pookie said Tyler Show looked trash in the clips I've seen of him, and the guy's like 25, 26. So when I saw him get picked in the second round, because I had a feeling that Shedeur Sanders was going to drop if the Steelers didn't get him at 20 something, right? So when the Steelers passed on him, and then the Giants, passed on him and got Jackson Dart instead, I was like, okay, I wouldn't have done that, but I know how the Giants are. I knew the Giants wasn't going to pick Shedeur Sanders for other reasons, but we'll leave that alone. But then I was like, damn, they passing on him again and again. And then Saints come up. I'm like, okay, they definitely picking a QB here. They picked Tyler Show. I was like, oh, this is not good. Like when I saw him get picked, I was like, yo, I was really thinking, I'm like, is Shedeur going to get drafted? But I was really thinking, I was like, I don't think he's going to get drafted. I was legitimately thinking that. So, yeah, but I'll say this. I guess I'm thankful that, the owner of the Browns stepped in and forced Kevin Stefanski and the Browns GM to pick Shedeur Sanders. The only problem I have with that is usually when the owner steps in and tries to pick the guy for the coach and the GM, it usually doesn't work out, because that friction will never go away. And the coaches, and then the coach that didn't pick him, they're going to basically put the QB in a position where he cannot succeed. they're going to do everything in their power for the kid not to succeed, just out of spite. They're not going to be like, oh, we forced me to pick this guy. They're just going to be like, well, that's not our guy. We're just going to make him not work. That's usually what happens. Usually. Or even if they do, it's all out of reluctancy, because that's not their guy. That's why I was very happy with my Titans. They made their pick, because they made their pick early. So once Cam Moore did the was it the private workouts, and then with the Titans, whatever, and all this stuff, and then they just canceled every other private workout after that. I was like, oh, that means the Titans we picking Cam Ward. So people just think it's just about skills. No, it's just you have to make sure everybody has to buy in. If it's divided, you probably shouldn't even pick the person, especially if it's at quarterback. You might as well probably just move on from the person, because if you have it divided where some people want the quarterback, but some people want to, no, it's not going to work. Everybody has to buy in. So it looks like everybody in the Titans, everybody has bought into Cam Ward. So Cam Ward will be put in the best position to succeed. So this is good. This is good for us. But Shedeur Sanders, he's going to be working uphill. He's really going to be working uphill, because he's in a position where because that's just me personally. I think he's in a position where the GM and the coach don't want him. The GM and the coach doesn't want him there, really, and it's going to be hard to expect greatness from that. Now, hopefully Shedeur Sanders can make the most of it. Hopefully he can make the most of it. He's really going to be battling uphill. And people don't understand, even with Shedeur Sanders' college career, he's been battling uphill for most of his college career. He started off at a HBCU, even though Deion Sanders was coaching, he was still playing at a HBCU. Played there for 2 years, and then goes to Colorado with his dad. Has no offensive line, doesn't really have weapons until his last year. And he still didn't have no offensive line. So he hasn't really worked with a stacked deck, and he was still able to put up decent numbers, like to the point where he was considered a top 2 quarterback prospect in this draft. If you thought Cam Ward was better than him, then fine. But it was clear who was the number 2 quarterback. It was him. If you think, like, say we give Cam Ward number 1, fine. But it was clear who was number 2. And if not number 2, then at worst, I'm talking about at very worst 3. And usually the number 3 quarterback doesn't go into the 5th round. that's impossible. I've seen some trash ass QBs go in the 2nd round, 3rd round. And for Shedeur Sanders to end up in the 5th round, we already know what that was about. That was about the team sending a message to the Sanders family. But like I said, that kid that did that crank call, that gave the number to his friends to do a crank call, that was not smart. Because now anybody associated with that last name Albright, and that's oh man. Oh man. But anyways, let's also bring up because they found out who the kid was and who did the crank calls and whatnot. Let me see. Let me zoom out. I don't know why oh, never mind. Forget it. Let me put it right here. Pause. So right here, they found out who it was, right? And so what ended up happening is the son, Jax Albright, right? He had to delete his Instagram because Black Twitter and them found him. So here's his apology. Here's his apology. To Jax Albright, the son of Falcons DC Jeff Albright, has released a statement apologizing for his prank call to Shedeur Sanders. He said, on Friday night, I made a tremendous mistake. Shedeur, what I did was completely inexcusable, embarrassing, and shameful. I'm so sorry I took away from your moment. It was selfish and childish. I could never imagine getting ready to celebrate one of the greatest moments of your life and I made a terrible mistake and messed with that moment. Thank you for accepting my call earlier today. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. Shedeur Sanders. And if what he said is true, that Shedeur Sanders accepted his call, that is very mature, Shedeur Sanders. He don't like if that was me, like, or if somebody did that to a friend I knew, I would make him pay for that. Yeah, I would definitely make him pay for that. I wouldn't like me personally, I wouldn't even have to accept that call. But like I said, Shedeur Sanders is kind of in a lose-lose situation. Like he's a like basically anything that Shedeur Sanders does is it's getting criticized to the point where it's like, damn, you're not even leaving room for him to win. But if what he said is true, he said, "Thank you for accepting my call earlier today. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me." That's very interesting right there. But like I said, this kid doesn't understand the gravity of the situation. First of all, this is like I said, not only is this Shedeur Sanders, this is also Deion Sanders' son, right? And Deion Sanders is a legend, was a legend for the Atlanta Falcons, the same team that your dad works for. This is an unbelievably stupid move. But the problem is, this is why I try to tell people stop hating for no reason. Because if he wasn't a pure hater, right? People think it's racism. No, it's just hate. It's just people just be hating on certain people for no reason, right? So if he wasn't a pure hater, he would have been like, let me not do that because my dad literally is a defensive coordinator for the Falcons, the same team that Shedeur Sanders' father is literally lauded in, the same city. The city of Atlanta. They're probably gonna ban you and your dad from the city of Atlanta for what you did. All them niggas they got up in, oh my god, this is just so stupid, just stupid. But you know, so like I said, some people like they're really like dedicated to hating certain people that they can't see the forest from the trees. I hope I'm saying that right. Like there's some people I don't fuck with, but I know I'm like, man, I can't deal with the onslaught that's gonna come with doing this action. Let me not do that. Especially the older I've gotten. I'm like, I can't do this because the onslaught, I will not be able to take it. You know, but that's stupid. He's all them ninjas up in Atlanta. If they find out who you are, they finna slap you, bro. Just off GP, and he's just gonna have to accept it. Just off GP. His dad is a legend in that city. You know, that city, I'm not gonna say it belongs to him, but that's that's where prime time come from. That's where he started. That's his stomping grounds right there. So yeah, that was stupid. I don't know what he was thinking. This is you're the son of the defensive coordinator of the Falcons. The same team that Deion Sanders was a legend at. Like this is why would you do this? Why would you crank call him of all people? Of all people. For why? Why would you do that to yourself? I'm not even like and because now the whole Falcons organization is gonna have to answer to this. So let me see. Do I have the full Falcons apology right here? I should have it. But that's bro. Let me see. Let me see this real quick. Cause I'm like, bro, this is from. I'm like, your dad literally works for the same. I'm like, bro. This is why I be trying to tell people stop hating for no reason, because yeah, you want to prove something, but sometimes the backlash ain't worth it, bro. Like even the content that I do, I already understand off GP. Like if people knew the content that I was doing, I already know I'm gonna get crazy backlash from the normies. I already know that, but I'm so I'm not saying I'm prepared for it, but I understand that most normies are not ready for my content. But I see the stuff that normies do in terms of their decisions, and I'm like, what are they thinking? Like, I'm really just I'd be wondering. I'm like, what the hell are they thinking? Like, basically, the only way the Falcons organization could really make amends is by firing Jeff Albrecht. They're gonna have to overcorrect this situation. They're gonna have to overcorrect. So I wouldn't even be shocked if Jeff Albrecht just gets fired, even though that shouldn't happen. But I've seen people fired for way less. I didn't seen players get traded for way less. Like a player ends up, screwing with one of the star players 304s, and then he get traded. You try to do a crank call on Deion Sanders' seed, his son. What? And what? And you the son of the DC of the Atlanta Falcons, Deion Sanders' old stomping ground. I mean, it don't get no more stupider than that. It get no more stupid than that. And Jeff Albrecht, how the hell does your son get your phone number? How? How is that even possible? How does your son get Shedeur Sanders' number? How? Bruh, bruh. This is stupidity, bro. This is stupidity. Let me see something. Let's read it. The Atlanta Falcons statement. They said earlier in the week, Jax Albrecht, the 21-year-old son. Oh, and this kid is 21, and he's still stupid, bruh. The 21-year-old son of defensive coordinator Jeff Albrecht unintentionally came across the draft contact phone number for Shedeur Sanders off an open iPad while visiting his parents' home and wrote the number down to later conduct a prank call. So this dude went straight to his iPad and looked specifically for Shedeur Sanders' number. Oy, oy, oy. That dude was on a real hate campaign. Golly. If what they're saying on paper is true, that means that kid was on a real hate campaign. He really wanted to do this, or he really, or whoever gave him the bet from his college. He's like, oh, if you lose this bet, I want you to do this. Come on, man. Come on, man. Okay, they said Jeff Albrecht was unaware of the data exposure or any facets of the prank and was made aware of the above only after the fact. The Atlanta Falcons do not condone this behavior and send our sincere apologies to Shedeur Sanders and his family, who we have been in contact with to apologize to, as well as facilitate an apology directly from Jax. To the Sanders family, we have also been in contact with the NFL and will continue to cooperate fully with any inquiries we may receive from the NFL League Office. We are thoroughly reviewing all protocols and updating if necessary to help prevent an incident like this from happening again. Oh, yeah. So, by the way, the defensive coordinator, what's his name? Jeff Albrecht. Let me see. That wasn't smart by him. Let's see. Damn, they putting his whole family on. Yeah, now his whole family on blast too. Oh my god! And I'm just saying, don't they live in Atlanta? Oh my god! Hey boy, let me tell you something, man. Let me tell y'all something, man. I'm look. There's certain athletes or certain people like I am not too fond of, and you will never know. Like I gave you like I remember like 2 weeks ago I gave people like this is actually a list of I gave people some names of some athletes that I don't like personally, and some people were shocked, some people weren't, but the reason why people don't know is because I don't mention them. Right? This is why I tell people if you're really at that situation where you're mentioning that person's name, but you say you hate the guy, but you're mentioning the person's name more than you mention like the people you actually love, you might need to stop doing that. You might need to stop doing that. Right? Like there's no way because I told people on my channel Jordan Henderson is a person I'm not too fond of as a person or a footballer, right? I'm talking about soccer now, right? Um, but I'll give you a football player that I don't really like in particularly personally. Um, let me see. Let me because it's not really a big list of American football players that I hate. Let me see. Who did I like not like? Hmm. I really got to think about that and come back to you. But say if it was say if I didn't like I'll tell you a person who I didn't really like in terms of their personality. But what's that boy's name? Damn. Chase Claypool. But people would have never thought. People would have never thought on first glance. Oh, another person who I didn't like at one point, Juju Smith Schuster. But this was before. I'm talking about when Antonio Brown was getting a lot of hate during that time, and Juju Smith Schuster was getting all the love. I personally didn't have. I didn't like Juju Smith Schuster, but you would have never known. You would have never known. You would have never known. Hell, there was a time I didn't really like Antonio Brown personally that much because I thought he was a hoe ass nigga, but I'd still defend him on certain things. I still defend him on certain things, but people they would have never thought. They would have never thought. Oh, I'll get. There's actually a bunch. There's LeGarrette Blunt. Um, yeah, LeGarrette Blunt and who else? What's that dude? Le'Veon Bell. Those dumbasses. But you would have never thought because I'm not even gonna mention them. And it's not really hate with those guys. It's just they just did stuff where I'm like, bro, are you serious? You know what I mean? But you're never gonna even hear me mention their names more than the players that I actually love and respect. You will never do that. But the problem is you have people that will just make a beeline for the people that they hate or they don't like, and it really clouds the judgment. It really crowds it really clouds their judgment. You know what I mean? Oh, and how about this in the NFL media? There's people that I'll give you another example. A retired NFL athlete that I don't really like, and people would have never thought I don't like Tony Gonzalez. Yeah, Tony Gonzalez. I'm not too fond of him. Um, who else am I thinking? Oh, I don't like Dak at all. Dak Prescott as a person, I don't like him at all. Patrick Mahomes, I don't really like him as a person. Um, who else? Uh, um, there's a lot of QBs like Nathan Peterman. I am so, it's not really hate with him, but I'm just shocked that he has a job. I'm just I'm shocked. It still puzzles me how he was able to hold a job after being trash. After being trash, right? But like I said, you're never gonna hear me mention these names over Terrell Owens because Terrell Owens, I have so much love and respect for him. I'm not even gonna put their names in his breath. But this is why I try to tell people on my channel, please be careful with your hate watching, or if you're not too fond of a particular player, because the way I grew up, if I don't fuck with you, I'm gonna just stay away from you. Especially the older I get, I don't even say anything. If I don't fuck with you, I'll just be like I told you the story from when I was recently. Now I be seeing certain people from high school that I really didn't fuck with, but I kept it quiet. But now that I see them later on in life, I keep it short and simple with them. I don't even smile when I see them. Like I don't play it off no more. I can't play it off no more. I don't even smile. I just be like, hey, what's up, Chris? And I'll just be like, what's up? And I keep it short and simple. And they get the hint. They get the hint. I don't even I keep that conversation to like 10 seconds. I make it pretty obvious now if I don't fuck with you or not. I don't have time for the fake stuff. No. Like it's certain people like they see me and I really go out my way to show, look, I know I'm not the friendliest person, but I appreciate you as a person. I appreciate your existence in this world. Everybody else I don't fuck with, I really be like, I'm talking about it's not necessarily not talking to you. That's not me showing. It's when I greet you and I keep it very short where like I could have been smiling, but then I see them just my face just like there's an energy shift with me, and I'm just like, no. Like I keep it real now. I don't even it's not even me talking ish. It's just like this is what I do. I I make sure I go out my way to stay away from people I don't fuck with. That's what I do. But unfortunately, what the normies do, and maybe that's because I got made fun of a lot when I was a kid, so I just don't have the patience for it nowadays. But what a lot of the normies do when they have a hatred for somebody, they be following them. So they'll follow them on Twitter, they'll search them up, and I'll be like, why would you do that? Like, obviously, I'm not too fond of say one of these IG model thoughts. Let's say Kim Kardashian, right? Dude, like I don't even, or what's it, Chloe Kardashian? Any of I don't. You think I'm up to date with these people? I don't know nothing about these people. I don't know how many kids she got. I don't know. I don't even keep track of her boyfriends. I just know that she has a lot of them. But you don't see me you don't see me follow them. And I need men to be at this point because look how stupid this kid. He's putting he didn't even realize he put his whole family in danger. Now his dad is probably going to lose his job. They already live in Atlanta, which is full of niggas. So once they recognize the Albright family, they probably gonna get food thrown at him. He doesn't like, but he wants to bring Shedeur Sanders down so bad. He doesn't even see what we talk about when we be talking about women, the collateral damage. This is why I try to tell, don't get so caught up in the hate. Please don't. And like I'm saying, I can be a hater myself. I'm not gonna hold you, but I try to, if you find yourself not being fond of a person, don't Don't dwell on it. It's gonna make you delusional. It's gonna have it's gonna make you be it's gonna have you it's going to have you thinking like a broad, right? Shout out to educated Pookie. Peak stupidity. Peak stupidity. Right there, El Hombre Negros. I love that username. He said, right, just only say that Shedeur Sanders ain't good at QB. Don't call his private number. Yeah, I don't get it. Oh, shout out to Shadow Dog Law for the $4.99 super chat. You already know what time it is. I knew I was gonna say I was gonna give them a different one, but I'm sorry.
We got money, niggas! We got money, niggas! We got money, niggas!
Shout out to the super chat by Shadow Dog Law. Shout out to any Warband members coming in. What up, Chris? We filling up the seats in the chat slowly but surely. Yeah, shout out to y'all guys. Hey man, because I did the stream last second, so the note I know the notifications were gonna be off because I did the stream last second because I knew I had a finite of time. So I was just like, let me just do this real quick. And I did promise, I don't know if I promised you guys, but I did promise maybe to myself that I was gonna do a stream on Shedeur Sanders. Because I had a feeling he was gonna drop, but I didn't know he was gonna drop all the way to the 5th round. That's wild work. Yep. Shout out to Educated Pookie. He said, you can't get consumed with that negative energy for someone who wasn't even important. That's how you gotta look. That's how you gotta look at things, guys. How about this? I'll give you a personal story of mine, right? Let me give you a personal story that woke me up to my own hating and how poisonous it was. There was an athlete I was hating on, right? And I remember writing down a comment, and I didn't think my comment was going to get any traction on ESPN or whatever. So I said, "Why do we put this person on a pedestal?" Right? But I was hating, so that's why I said it, right? But I was hating. I'll let you guys guess in the chat who it is because I didn't say who the player was. I didn't say who the player was. I didn't say who the player. I haven't mentioned this player yet on my channel yet, but I'll let you guys guess in the chat who it was I was hating on. Right? So I was like, why do we put this quarterback on a pedestal? But this is what my error was. Instead of putting pedestal, I spelled it like pedal stool. Right? So I put, instead of a pedestal, I spelled it pedal stool. So what ended up happening, that comment ended up becoming the top comment on the whole thread, and all these people started roasting me. And then you know what I had to do? I had to reflect, and I was like, you know what? I deserve that. Because I was hating. Because I was just mad that people were praising this particular player. And I had to reflect. I was like, you know what? Maybe my hating on this player or my critique of this player will disguise as critique, right? Maybe I've been looking at him the wrong way, right? Because I had to just accept the L. I couldn't edit the comment because everybody already snitched on me on the on the thread. I didn't delete the comment. I just accepted my L, right? But that was a huge wake up call for me. I think I was in 10th grade in high school. Either had to be in 9th grade or 10th grade in high school. Either one, right? So that was a real wake up call for me. Pedal stool. Yep, I spelled it exactly like that. I've spelled I literally spelled it, separated it too. Pedal stool. No, oh no, it wasn't Matt Stafford. It wasn't Matt Stafford. Nope. It wasn't Matt Stafford. I'll give you a hint. It was a actually I'll say a overhated player on the Cowboys at the time. I'll let you figure out who it was. It's pretty obvious who the answer is. A very overhated, I would say an overhated, not overrated, overhated quarterback on the Cowboys at the time. Tony Romo, exactly. No, Matt Ryan, I have no opinion on Matt Ryan, really. And respectfully. But I really had to look back and I was like, you know what? Maybe I've been giving Tony Romo too much of a raw deal. I really had to look back. I'm like, you know what? I had to really step back and be like, maybe I've been giving him too much of a raw deal. You know? So Educated Pookie says Ryan is just decent to me, not great. Yeah, I agree. In my opinion, when I think about Matt Ryan, I expect, I'm gonna keep it a bug. I just expect more from a number one overall pick, right? So all the like, you see how like we had so much critique about Tony Romo not being quote unquote clutch, but really the reality of Tony Romo was he was a decent quarterback. He was a good quarterback. The thing is just he would do some things in like all of his unclutch moments literally came in prime time. So it was so anytime he was unclutch, it was literally because it was just the timing of it. It just happened. Everybody happens to be watching. You know what I mean? So he was just unlucky. But at the end of the day, when you look at Tony Romo's journey, he was undrafted. He was undrafted and he became the starter of probably the biggest sports franchise in the world. To be the starting quarterback of the biggest franchise in the world, and you were undrafted coming into the NFL. You know what I mean? That's actually that's not easy to do. And when you look at the best Cowboys squads for the past 20 years, he was on both of them, which is the 2007 squad and the 2014 squad. Right? So he had a decent career. He had a decent career. I'm talking about from where he started from to be undrafted to becoming the starter for the biggest franchise. It's not bad. And then when you actually look at the numbers, his numbers are actually pretty excellent when you look at his overall career numbers. Now, I'm not like now Hall of Fame, no. You know what I mean? Not Hall of Fame. But like I said, I don't think Matt Ryan should be in a Hall of Fame. Hell, I don't think like there's a lot of quarterbacks that we tend to elevate. I don't like me. Eli Manning is not a Hall of Famer to me, but because of his last name, he's going to get in. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, exactly. So, Educated Pookie said Romo's the best undrafted player ever I can think of. He's one of the best. He's one of the best. You know, there's a couple of other players that went on. I'm pretty sure didn't I could be wrong, but didn't what's that quarterback's name? I'm blanking on his name right now. The guy that I actually like, that I personally like, Kurt Warner. That's a guy that I actually personally like. Kurt Warner, didn't he didn't he go undrafted? Didn't Kurt Warner go undrafted? Like Kurt Warner, I'll keep it above. That's a guy that I actually personally like. Like Kurt Warner is such a good guy, bro. I think people gotta look at Kurt Warner's personal life. Like look at what Kurt Warner has done like in his personal life. Like Kurt Warner undrafted, rags to riches story. Was basically bagging groceries. Came out of the Arena Football League. End up becoming an MVP, if I'm not mistaken, but definitely Super Bowl MVP, the quarterback for the greatest show on turf. And then when you look at his personal life, he married a single mother, and the kid had Down syndrome. I mean, hey boy, I don't want people be talking about, oh, man ain't this and man ain't that. You gotta be a special type of nigga to do something like that. I would have never done that. I wouldn't like a single mother. First of all, no, but he's taking on a woman that had a kid with, or I don't know if he had Down syndrome, but he had special needs. He purposely took on a single mother, married a single mother, and the kid has special needs. I mean, people like, it don't get no more heart of gold than that, man. Yep. Shadow Dog Law. He said, yeah, he got a ring with the Rams, then went through hell for a little bit of while, getting benched, and then he went to the Cardinals and brought the Cardinals, helped the Cardinals get to the Super Bowl with Larry Fitzgerald. Yep. I rooted for the Cardinals in that Super Bowl, the Cardinals versus the Steelers, but I knew the Steelers were going to win. I just knew the Steelers were going to win, but I did root. Like Kurt Warner's personal story, it don't get no more heart of gold than that. So that's a guy that I'll like. I like him personally, right? So I try to give him as much praise as possible. But yeah, I always try to say, just make sure, guys, when I told you that Tony Romo story, just make sure your hate is not at a point where it blinds you. Now, obviously, the story I told you was silly, but just but imagine if I didn't get checked like that, and then it ends up turning into something else. So just make sure it just doesn't go that far where you're not thinking straight. Shout out to Pyro coming in. Yeah, that last segment, I think the San Antonio Holmes, is that his name? San Antonio Holmes, that Steelers wide receiver. I remember him. Sub Pyro, man. But the idiocy of this kid to pull this, knowing your family is technically already in enemy territory, but now people know who the family is. They know they already live in Atlanta. Black people gonna be looking at you sideways, and your because it's not just you. It's the family now. He's got to think about, and his dad, and and what people don't understand, a lot of these players, people want to talk about nepotism and all these things. A lot of these coaches get in via nepotism and friends and all this stuff now, but this is where it could backfire. Now that same nepotism that probably got his dad the job is going to probably get him fired, because there's a lot of people that like the Sanders family, that like Deion Sanders. A lot of people in the media, they're going to take a closer look at your dad and what job he's doing with the Atlanta Falcons, even though he's been doing a decent job. But now they're going to be looking at him like, you know what I mean? So like wrong person. This is why, like, say if the initial theory was true, right? So the initial theory was, oh, that was the Giants GM's daughter. She's sleeping with probably one of the frat boys in Ole Miss, and she had the number, gave him to. So that was the initial theory. At the end of the day, it's the Giants. She's safe, right? You're the son. If you're Albright, right? You're the son of the DC of the Atlanta Falcons, and you and your family already lives in enemy territory. I mean, he really did not think this through. He really did not think this through. But like I said, some people are that cocky in life. Some people are really they really be. There's some people they live in a reality where it's really just smooth sailing. So this guy, what's the kid's name again? I'm blanking on his name. I'm sorry. It's right in front of me too. Jax Albright, right? Clearly that dude has been living a smooth sailing life for most of his life. People saying that Shedeur Sanders has been sheltered. I disagree with that, first of all. But this is like, people want to talk about what does a sheltered individual look like. It's this kid right here. This kid. This is a sheltered individual, not him. Not him. This is a sheltered individual. Because the perfect place to be is to be like a kid where your dad is working in the entertainment industry, but people don't really know what his face looks like. But he gets to work with all the famous people, but people don't know what your dad's face looked like. You know what I mean? Not really. Not especially if he's just going to be a defensive coordinator. And you get to meet all of these cool players via your dad while you get to remain under the radar until you reach of age. That's literally the perfect place to be at as a kid. So now you put your family in the spotlight in the worst way. Stupid. Stupid. Absolutely stupid. But that, yeah, he was hating too hard. That he didn't because when you hating too hard, you don't really think things through. You know? Oh man. Let me see. So Gary Garlock says, I hope he balls out for the Browns and spanks the Steelers for years to come. I don't think that's gonna happen. Because the AFC North is that's probably the toughest division I've seen in my life. I'm talking about in my life. Because especially now, because what people don't understand is with the AFC North, these teams construct their defenses to stop Lamar Jackson, right? So one of the main reasons why, so stay with me here. The reason why guys like Lamar Jackson have been there wasn't a whole lot of Lamar Jacksons before Lamar Jackson is because if a guy that dynamic comes through and starts tearing defenses apart, you now have to start constructing defenses to stop guys like Lamar Jackson. So now you got these mutants coming off the edge. So where now your quarterbacks now they have to be able to run. They have to. Because these defensive ends, these linebackers, they're constructing their teams to stop guys like Lamar Jackson from running outside of the, like, to keep quarterbacks contained so they can't move out of the pocket. So no, I'll say, like, basically they design these defenses now to put constant pressure on quarterbacks. Everybody's trying to be like Todd Bowles. So now your quarterback, they have to be able to run away from pressure because these defensive ends, these linebackers, they're too athletic. Now, the Browns, the Steelers, the Bengals have constructed their defenses to stop Lamar Jackson because he's the most dynamic QB. He's the best QB in that division, right? He's the danger man of that division. So what ends up happening is when the other teams face the Steelers, they face the Browns, they face the Bengals. It's always a slugfest. It's always a slugfest. Even with the Bengals, what the Bengals did, they made sure their offense was explosive enough to cover up for their lackluster defense, right? This is why people don't want to face teams in the AFC North. It's too tough. It's too tough. And by the way, the Steelers, I know they were they were supposed to draft Sanders, but I like their draft. I'm not going to hold you. I like their draft. They got that Ohio State kid. Like, yo. I'm blanking on his name right now. I think his name is Sawyer, if I'm not mistaken. Let me do a Google search. Let me see. Steelers draft picks. I think his name is Sawyer. I could be wrong. Yeah, Jack Sawyer, the linebacker, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see. Yeah. This guy right here. That was a steal. They got him in like the 3rd or 4th round. There was a lot of players in like the 3rd and 4th round because I was paying attention in the draft. There was a lot of players that I saw. I'm like, oh, they still available? Bruh. There was a lot of like studs at the wide receiver spot. I mean, bro, he's gonna fit right in with the Steelers, bro. He's gonna fit right up to this. What they say? What round he came in? I think it's the 4th round. Yeah, the 4th round pick 123. That was I like that pick. That was one of my favorite picks of the draft. That was one of my favorite picks of the draft. I'm not gonna hold you, man. So, hey, I do root for Shedeur Sanders, but it's gonna be tough. He's gonna be really sledding uphill because he's in the toughest division in the league. And then on top of that, he's going into a situation where the coach and the GM did not draft him. That was the owner basically forced Kevin Stefanski and the GM to pick Sanders. So usually that ends up working negatively for the QBs coming in. If not everybody has bought into you, right? Yeah. Yeah, like that's like because I already know when those quarterbacks, when they see the Steelers on the schedule, when they see the Browns on the schedule, I know they'd be like, God damn. Especially if they got to face them in their building with those mutants that the Browns have on the edge. The Mike Tomlin coach Steelers defense. I mean, I already know them QBs when they see the Steelers and the Browns, particularly. I know when they see them in the schedule, they be like, God damn. I know it. I know it, man. I know it. AFC North is a tough ass division, man. So that is like Shedeur Sanders' job is gonna be he's really gonna be sledding uphill. So I really hope. So Educated Pookie said, I liked my Hawks getting Jalen Milroe as our backup QB. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you, Educated Pookie. I have no faith in Jalen Milroe because the throws that he'll miss. Maybe he went to the wrong college and going to Alabama. And maybe it's like a Jalen Hurts situation because like Jalen Hurts was terrible when he was at Alabama, but then he went to Oklahoma Sooners, got with Lincoln O'Reilly, and he was able to put him in a position where he could actually look good. then it changed a lot of people's perspective on Jalen Hurts. But maybe Jalen Milroe playing in that style of offense at Alabama's really didn't bring out the best of him. Physically, he has the traits. So like he has the tangible, like Jalen Milroe has the tangibles. He is a very athletic person. But in terms of just being a QB, I'd be watching him throw. I'll be like, bruh. And he had some. He was working with some studs at the wide receiver spot at Alabama. So this is what concerns me about Jalen Milroe. Same thing with Jalen Hurts. When I saw him at Alabama, I'm like, bro, I'm like, bro, like these wide receivers that you got, how you missing them? how? But Garrett Grant says, fact, Chris, the faces in the Browns draft room look like a hostage situation after drafting Sanders. Facts. I was looking at their reaction. They didn't look too happy. Particularly the GM. His face kind of said it all right there. I was like, oh, that wasn't a pick that they. So educated Pookie says same. He says some Hawks fans saying that they want to use him in the Taysom Hill role while he sits, but I don't know if Hawks will get that creative. No, he like Jalen Milroe. He's a person. He needs to sit for at least a good 2 years. He needs to sit. Like you saw how like Jordan Love sat for like 2 or 3 years, and now he's great. Like Jordan Love has a potential to be a great quarterback in the league, but coming out of college, he was very raw. Like he needed to sit. Like that was like Jordan Love sitting was very good. That was good for him to sit for like 2 to 3 years. And yeah, Jalen Milroe, he needs to sit for like 2 years. He needs to sit. Like he need at least 2 years. At least 2 years of him sitting and then him playing in preseason games, maybe coming here and there in garbage time. Like he needs a lot of developing. But like I said, a guy like Jalen Milroe, because who's the quarterback? Oh yeah, Sam Darnold's the quarterback for the Seahawks right now. So we'll see. I don't think like a guy like Jalen Milroe, he needs to be backing up an Aaron Rodgers, right? Who's a veteran in this league? A Kirk Cousins, right? He needs to be backing up one of these types of people. Like he really needs to see them conduct business a certain way so it rubs off on him. Pause. Like Jordan Love, people just think it's about the QBs mentoring but no, they just need to see them. They just got to see them do stuff. Like I'm pretty sure Aaron Rodgers wasn't mentoring Jordan Love, but just seeing how Aaron Rodgers operated, was doing things, and just seeing it before he goes in, it helps. It helps. Like it would have helped. It actually would have helped Jordan. What's his name? Justin Herbert. If Tyrod Taylor didn't get his lungs punctured by the team doctor, and you know what I mean. Like it would have helped Justin Herbert if he would have sat for at least for a half a season, right? Instead of just going in right away. And yeah, Justin Herbert got some great numbers, but there's a lot of parts. There's a lot of parts of his game that's missing in terms of the intangibles. And Tyrod Taylor has a lot of the intangibles, and seeing him operate a certain way would have been able to help him for future games. But that's just me. Right? That's just me. Yeah. Green Bay, they're doing it the right way. Facts. From Favre to Aaron Rodgers, and yeah, they only got one ring out of it. How was that? I think no, they got 2 rings. So, but still, that's for them to go from Brett Favre to Aaron Rodgers, and they only got 2 rings to show for it. That's crazy. That's crazy. Like two top 10 QBs of all time, back to back. That's insane. And they only got 2 rings to show for it, and 3 Super Bowl appearances. That's not good enough. That's not good enough. Like you have like two transcendent quarterbacks back to back, and they only have 3 Super Bowl appearances in 2 rings to show for it. That's not good enough for me. That's not good enough. That's not good enough, man. That's not good enough. But yeah, I'm shocked on the Shedeur hate. I'm shocked. I'm a little bit shocked. Oh yeah, and then also I saw something else. The Eagles defensive back Cooper DeJean. Apparently that happened to him last year. I had no idea that happened to him, but somebody did the same to Cooper DeJean, and somebody had posted it. I was like, damn, that happened to him too with the crank call. I had no idea. And somebody had posted like, "Oh, you guys were okay with it would it happen?" I'm like, who would be okay with something like that? Like, if I knew that happened to Cooper DeJean, I'd have been up in arms too. But I had no idea that happened to him. And at the end of the day, it's Shedeur Sanders' name versus Cooper DeJean's name. Like, in the grand scheme of things, people are going to pay more attention to Shedeur Sanders. So I don't know why people were bringing that up. I'm like, I had no idea that happened to him. And even if I knew, you think people would be okay with that? Like any person with some kind of morality about them would not be okay with that. But anything to justify the hate, that's obviously unacceptable as well. So Educated Pookie said Eagles managed to tie them up with Nick Foles and Hurts. Yeah, that's incredible. But doesn't that show you something? Because I keep saying like this whole thing about, oh, you need a QB to win a Super Bowl. If you don't have a QB, no, you just need somebody competent. And then you have to make sure your team needs to be stacked. You need to have a well-balanced team. You need to have a well-balanced team. That's what it takes for you to win a Super Bowl. And Nick Foles winning it with the Eagles proved it. Because I remember at the time I said Carson Wentz is overrated. And people thought it was hate at the time. But I'm like, bro, the Eagles, they're stacked. They had first of all, you need a running game. That's something that you must have. Unless if your name is Patrick Mahomes and Tom Brady, you need a running game. But a lot of people, they got away from it, but all the other Super Bowl winners that if their names are not Patrick Mahomes and Tom Brady, that was the main thing. They had a great defense and they had a great running they had a great defense and a great running back, or a running back that's willing to go through the trenches. That's what it really takes to win a championship, but too many people stray from that for some weird reason. I don't know what it is. Educated Pookie said, "I'm not a huge Shedeur fan, but he's overhated at this point." I like the Sanders family because obviously I have respect for Deion Sanders, right? So anybody that comes from Deion Sanders, I will try to talk positively about them, right? And Shedeur Sanders, when I'm looking at the profiles of Shedeur Sanders, Shiloh Sanders, they seem like some decent dudes. I don't understand the hate. It's the same. It's almost like I know it's not comparable, but it's like the same thing with with people hating on LeBron James' kid. I don't get it. He doesn't seem like a hoe, because you got some dudes that'll come through. They're the sons of legends, but they be a hoe ass nigga. But LeBron James' son is not a hoe ass nigga. He's not a Batiman. Same with Shiloh and Shedeur. I don't get the hate. I really don't get the hate. Just my opinion. Oh, shout out to Harambe with the one. Oh, shout out to Broski here with the 199 super chat.
We got money, niggas! We got money, niggas! We got money, niggas!
So he said, Harambe said, I've never seen white folk hate under any other athlete like it. I disagree. Only because I follow soccer. Hey, I know white people be hating on certain Negro athletes for no reason, but I'll say this. I need you to follow. Look at, I'm talking about, when we talk about European soccer, it pales in comparison. Trust me, it pales in comparison. There are a lot of black athletes in Europe. I'm talking about they'll go to certain stadiums, and there have been like situations where they're walking into the stadiums, and you have the European people like parading bananas around and stuff. Like I've seen like black soccer players get bananas thrown at them from people in the fans, like in the stands. So I understand what you're saying, though. I do understand what you're saying in terms of there's still a lot of Caucasian people that are uncomfortable with certain black people showing their bravado. They're not really used to seeing. There's a lot of white people that are not really used to seeing a situation where it's like a black Nepo family, right? Where you have a confident black dude, he has both of his parents in a solid structure, still confident, kind of walks to the tune of his own drum. He's not gonna really bow down. He doesn't. They're kind of used to like black players really needing the industry, but Shedeur Sanders comes from a different type of background. He doesn't really need them per se to get to where he needs to be. So there's a lot of like I'll give you an example. There's a lot of black fathers that would tell you where there's certain players that will get priority. Like certain coaches will recruit a different type of player. So it's harder to recruit. It's a harder recruiting trip with the black kid if the father's there, right? And rather than if it's like a black kid and he comes from a single mom. You know what I mean? So it's a lot of dynamics at like there's a lot of black fathers that have complained about that, where basically if they're having a major say in their black son's life, the recruiter kind of treats them a different way rather than how they would treat a single mom raised black kid, if that makes sense. So there's a lot of black fathers that have complained about that. I've seen that. I've seen that personally. You know what I mean? I've seen that personally. There's a lot of particularly white dudes, and that could be conservative or liberal, mind you. Conservative or liberal. I've seen a lot of that from the liberal side, but that's just my personal experience, right? There's a lot of white people in certain positions of recruitment, power, but particularly when it comes to recruitment, whether it be for corporate, sports, et cetera, they feel like you're the enemy if you act like you don't need them, right? So if you're not giving them that sob story of, oh man, my mama came from nothing and she had nothing to her name, and if you're not coming to them like that, a lot of times, if you just come in like, well, yeah, I need the job, but I'm pretty straight. I got this family, whatever. Yeah, I did this. But if you're coming from a privileged background as a black kid and you coming from a decent situation, they're going to be thrown off by it. They're going to be thrown off by it. They're always expecting some kind of sob story from you, right? So remember from last year the black family that went viral when the white girl interviewed the white girl had interviewed that black family and she expected a sob story. Let me see if I can bring up that video. Let me Oh, Harambe said that was in there. Oh, when I brought up the soccer part. Yeah, I know what you mean. But like I'm just telling you, the racism that we face, that black people face in America, it pales in comparison. It pales in comparison. Right? So all the stuff like the racism in America is covert. While like in Europe and like certain parts of South America, right? It's overt, right? So that's that. Yeah. So I feel what you're saying, but let me bring up the example. I know what you mean though. Let me bring up that example from last year's draft from that family. Let me bring up that example real quick. We came from Baton Rouge. I gotta find that. I can't find a full video, but I found it. So right here. This one right here. Remember this video?
Sandra, how far has this family come?
We came from Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Sandra, how far has this family come?
We came from Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
So I remember like if you watch the full video, because I can't find a full video of it for some reason they scrubbed it from the internet. If you looked at the full interview, she was trying to get like a sob story from them, but she was like, no, we just she was looking for like some kind of sob story from them because they were ninjas. Like this is unfortunately the stuff that a lot of ninjas, particularly well-to-do ninjas, I'll say like particularly a lot of middle-class black families or upper middle-class black families and rich black families. This is unfortunately what and to a lesser extent me, but this is what the stuff that they got to go through. Because they're always expecting a sob story. They're always expecting us, to be behind on child support or something, something like that. So they get thrown off if they come across a free, I like to say a free black man, a free thinking black man, a creative black man that's not a gay, right? If you're a free thinking black man that's not gay, it throws them off. Meaning, if you're just a black dude, you like to do say if you're like a black dude and you like to be an open conservative or something like that, they'll be shocked. You're a conservative, but why? if you're a black dude and you just or if you're a black person that's openly supportive of Orange Man, they think something's wrong with you, right? Or if you're a black man that you just think differently. Say like I'll give you a soccer example, right? For me personally, if you're not like a machine, if you're not like some fast machine or a physical dominant type of player, they think you're basically like if you don't fit into those boxes in soccer, they don't really know where to put you, right? So for me, I was more of a creative type of midfielder, right? But they always try to put me on the wing or try to put me because I had pace, they just assume, oh, he just put him on the wing, he's just going to be a fast winger, or he just put him up front, he's just going to be a fast striker. But there's other places, there's a lot of more, there's more facets to my game than that, right? And it was only a few coaches that actually saw that in me. Oh, he's a more creative type of player. You actually got to put him in creative, positions where he doesn't have to do a whole lot of tracking back, so he can just help and create, whether it be scoring or assisting, right? but there's a lot of black players or black athletes that get put into certain boxes when they play lacrosse, soccer, hockey, et cetera, these kind of sports, right? Right. But I've talked about this before on my channel. Shout out to Garrett Grant for the $10 super sticker. I'm sorry I missed out on that, man.
We got money, nigga.
My
We
bad.
got money, nigga. We got money, nigga. Niggas, I mean nigga people. Oh Lord.
I got more sound bites than that, but that's the best I can come up with. That's the best I can come out with. I remember I added another couple clips. Oh yeah, this one right here.
What was this stripping game, partner?
Yeah. But anyways, man, shout out to Garrett Grant with the $10 super sticker. Right? Johann Schultz says he is very talented, can make all the throws, can hurt you on the ground, and will likely do better than most people expected. I don't understand, because to me there was only two good quarterbacks in this draft, and that was Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders. Everybody else is suspect, in my opinion. Just in my opinion. And then the Saints, I don't understand how you draft Tyler Show and you have an opportunity to draft Shedeur Sanders. But to me, when I saw those teams drafting like different QBs beneath Shedeur Sanders, who were people that were ranked beneath Shedeur Sanders, that was more of a FU. That was more of a FU towards Shedeur Sanders. Oh, but let me expound on my point that I was talking about in terms of this is the racism that black people will go through, right? So just even me talking, right? I've had a lot of white people, Asian people, and a lot of straight talking black people will also get this. Oh, you don't talk black. You don't, or they'll say, or you're a white person in a you're a white person in blackface because you talk properly, right? So basically every straight talking black person has gotten that from a white person. I got that from a white person, an Asian person, and they expect you to be happy with that that compliment, right? So this is the stuff that we go through. But like when you talk about internationally, the stuff, the stories, the horror stories that I've seen from these soccer players, it still boggles my mind to this day. It boggles my mind, you know. He said the Saints was really questionable since Stroud was just as injury prone as Carr. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Shedeur Sanders, clean injury history. Like I was like, bro, because Shedeur Sanders is literally everything that you're asking from a quarterback. He can play in duress. He can stay in the pocket. He's played behind a bad offensive line basically most of his college career. If you're not counting his HBCU, then that means his full college career always play. So he knows how to play behind. He knows how he doesn't need a perfect situation to do his job, right? This is where I'm like, because you're really not supposed to be drafting those quarterbacks that are coming from these big schools with these stacked squads, because usually those quarterbacks don't work out. Now, CJ Stroud and what's his name? Jalen Hurts, right? They're probably trying to change the narrative around that. But usually the quarterbacks that succeed are the ones that come from like not necessarily small colleges, but smaller colleges that probably played in, the Big 12 or the ACC a little bit. And they played with a decent squad, not necessarily stacked, but a middle of the pack squad, right? But they were still able to stand out with a middle of the pot squad, right? So when you look at and Joe Burrow too. Sorry, I completely forgot about him. My bad. But most of the best QBs, they came from like smaller schools where they didn't have a perfect situation, but they had they were but they were on a decent enough squad, right? So when you look at the top QBs in the game right now, right? That's Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson. Who's the next two? Joe Burrow and what probably and then we could talk about who has the fifth spot. Justin Herbert, right? Um, right. On all these people, right. But when you look at Patrick Mahomes, not necessarily a small school, but he didn't really have weapons to work with. Like he was really working. He was really working behind the eight ball. Lamar Jackson won the Heisman at Louisville, and I don't even like he come on like the bruh. Right? I'll leave that at that. Josh Allen played at Wyoming. So I don't even need to say anything else, right? Most of the best QBs in the NFL, in terms of like the top ones, the elite ones, they didn't go to like these big stacked schools. Now Joe Burrow, like now because now you're seeing like the SEC teams. Now they're getting the best quarterbacks. Now they are. So you got guys like Joe Burrow, Jaden Daniels, right? To a lesser extent, Jalen Hurts. But that's recent. But you talk about the best ones. The best ones usually come from schools like a Colorado, right? BYU, Purdue, right? California. UCal. One of the smaller schools, not necessarily a small school, but just one of the smaller schools where their teams are not completely stacked. Like Justin Herbert, when he was at Oregon, it was just him. But Oregon is it's a solid enough institution to where it's respectable, but it's not like overblown, stacked with talent, like say the LSU or Clemson, Ohio State, right? You see. Yeah, exactly. They end up being career game managers. Facts. Why? Okay, here we go. I don't know why it was not letting me click. Let's see. Harambe said, in a mostly black city like New Orleans, Sanders would have sold out season tickets in one day. And this is where there's a lot of people with their conspiracy theories, I guess I want to call it. But there's a lot of people saying that the NFL forced the teams to not draft Shedeur until the fifth round. So for ratings purposes. So that's a plausible theory out there too. That's a plausible theory. But like, yeah, if I was New Orleans and especially if I want to sell tickets, I'm definitely drafting Shedeur. Especially since the New Orleans, they don't even have it looks like they don't even really have a plan themselves, but that's what they wanted to do. Yeah, Pac-12 QBs, they end up being like the best ones, or like just players that you would have never thought is the players that you don't think coming from the colleges that you don't think that end up being like the best QBs in the NFL. Yeah, how about that? Brock Purdy from Iowa State. You need to have a quarterback that's just used to not getting help like that. Like they probably gonna need like one or two pieces. But look at Joe Burrow. Like, as much praise as we give Joe Burrow, but Joe Burrow has always had a stacked offensive deck. He's always had a stacked offensive deck. He's never not had two number one wide receivers. You know what I mean? Outside of his rookie year at the Bengals, he's never not had two number one wide receivers. He has two. He doesn't have wide receiver one wide receiver 2. He has 2 number 1 wide receivers. He's always had that. Always. Most QBs are not going to get that. Outside of his rookie year, Joe Burrow has always had 2 number 1 wide receivers. That includes his college career. That includes his college career. You have 2 number 1 wide receivers, 2. And then he had 2 number 1 wide receivers in his senior year at LSU. You had Chase and Justin Jefferson. And he had a running game at LSU with I'm blanking on his name, the really small kid that ended up going to the Chiefs. I'm blanking on his name right now. Then you go to the Bengals, and at one point he had Joe Mixon coming out of the backfield with T. Higgins and Chase. Like, bruh. Like, come on, man. Yeah, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, that was his name, the LSU running back. That LSU team was stacked. That was one of the most stacked offensive teams I've seen. That's why, look, this is why Tua Tagovailoa scared me coming out of college, because Tua probably had the best collection of wide receivers I've ever seen in my life. I'm not even joking when I say this. Tua coming out of Alabama had probably at one point had the greatest collection of wide receivers that I've seen in my life in terms of talent. So people don't understand, at Alabama at one point they had Devontae Smith, Jerry Jeudy, Jalen Waddle, and Henry Ruggs. And yes, you're right. Yeah, exactly. Jaden Waddle was wide receiver number 4 on the team. Yo. And I'm like, Tua, you still getting hurt? And their tight end was nice. Their tight end was nice too. People forget their tight end was elite. Most of Alabama's tight ends were at one point were decent, but you had Jeudy, Ruggs, Waddle, and Devontae Smith. At one point, these were your the first 4 on the depth chart. That's where this is wild work, man. You had like, that's probably the greatest collection of wide receiver talent I've ever seen in my life. I'm not even, this is not hyperbole. I'm telling you, because I saw those guys at Alabama. I was like, these Tua was just literally throwing like 10-yard passes to like Ruggs and Waddle, and they were taking it to the house. Like, especially when you talk about those early games when they were facing these nothing ass schools. It was just ridiculous, man. And I'm like, how is Tua getting hurt? I'm like, this ninja always getting hurt. All he got to do is dump it off. And he had Najee Harris coming out the backfield. Najee Harris, Bo Scarborough at the time, and I'm blanking on somebody else. Come on, man. I mean, how much more help do you need? And he's still getting hurt. How are you getting hurt? How is he still being reckless with his body, where he's getting put in these positions where he's hurting himself? How? That's why Tua scared me coming out of college, man. Because I remember the conversation was Tua or Justin Herbert, right? The Dolphins had a choice. Should it be Justin Herbert or Tua? I said, look, I like Tua personally, but I wouldn't like. I said I like Tua personally, like actually like him as a person. But if the Dolphins decide to get Justin Herbert, I would completely understand, because the injury history It's not the talent. It's not really the talent with Tua, even though I think he is limited talent wise, but it's not really the talent with him. The ball placement is second to none. You know what I mean? But to have the injury history as lengthy as he did coming out of Alabama in the most coddled situation that a quarterback can have, that's scary. That's scary. And Mac Jones was able to do what he did in 1 year. You know what I mean? And seamlessly. So like Tua would make he's going to make a great veteran quarterback in the future. Like if he stays healthy, I don't think he's ever going to win a Super Bowl, but he's a solid QB. Tua's a solid QB, right? And I knew when he was going to get to the NFL, as long as he stays healthy, he'll be a solid QB. But that's why like Tua's scared because I'm like, when you're most QBs don't have a stacked deck like that. It's only recently where now these SEC teams are now getting these 5-star QBs, right? These 4-star QBs, these superstar QBs, right? Because Tua, I think, was like the number one dual threat coming out of high school, if I'm not mistaken, in 2016, 2017. I could be wrong about those dates, but coming out of the 2016, 2017 class, he was like the number one dual threat. I could be wrong about that, but I would have sworn it was him at number one as a number one dual threat. And then he was like, and then the news came that he was going to go with Alabama. I was like, oh, shit, Alabama finna be breaking records next year. They're going to be breaking records. And I knew Jalen Hurts was time was over once they recruited Tua to Alabama. Because I was like, if Jalen Hurts, I'm like, if you struggling with this crop of wide receiver, dog, like, bro. But yeah, that wide receiver room was crazy. Devontae Smith, Jalen Waddle, Henry Ruggs, and Jerry Jeudy. And Jerry Jeudy was probably, out of the four of them, Jerry Jeudy was probably the best one. Like, Jerry Jeudy was shifty, super shifty. Jerry Jeudy was a freaking problem, man. I know Jerry Jeudy hasn't been the best in the pros so far, but Jerry Jeudy, when he was in college, he was shifty, bro. He was a problem. Yeah, exactly. Thorne started fifth. You're right. He said Tua doesn't know how to be tackled. He doesn't understand how to protect himself going down. That's something like I struggled with that when I was a kid, knowing how to fall properly, right? Educated Pookie said I was a Ruggs stan. It's sad that Henry Ruggs ended up in prison over that car crash. But when you look at the details of that, because a lot of people made memes off that situation, but people don't understand what was happening with that. He was in a car, a fast car, inebriated with something, and his girl was in the car with him. So you know what that means. They were arguing. I don't know why people couldn't put two and two together. It was clear what was happening. Because when ninjas be getting mad with their girl, they be crashing out. And he literally crashed out. And it cost somebody their life. And it cost him his NFL career. Arguing with a bitch. Inebriated, coming from, I don't know, God knows what club at 1:99 a.m. in the morning. When his black ass should be at home, right? But this is the stuff that ninjas will crash out over. Arguing with a bitch in a car, going 120 miles per hour. I know what that was, but a lot of people kind of ignore that part of the story. I already knew what happened when I read the details of it. I was and he was arguing. His girl was involved. I was like, oh, I know what happened. They was arguing. I know that. Like, first of all, we've made memes about that where you'll be riding in your boy's car, and your boy and his girl be arguing, and then all of a sudden he'd be like, "I'll crash this motherfucker right now." He'd be like, "Whoa, I'm in the back seat right now. No, don't do that now." They start speeding out of nowhere. Nah. I know what happened with that, but that's a whole other issue. That's sad that he and ended up losing his career, because Henry Ruggs, to me, he was well on his way to having a decent career in the NFL. Well on his way, because Henry Ruggs, he came in the NFL and they couldn't guard him. They couldn't guard him 1-on-1. His speed was too much. His speed was the real deal. Henry Ruggs' speed, you know, disregarding injuries, his speed was the real deal. Henry Ruggs' speed was no joke. He couldn't be guarded 1v1 in the pros. So it's sad, but this is what happens. He said, "Chill, bro, just pull over." But there's a lot of people, they don't know. And you got a lot of these athletes, they really think that they can't be stopped. Right? They really think they're invincible. And to a lesser extent, they kind of almost are, because they also get away with a lot of dirt. So they will do certain things, the irresponsible ones, they will do certain things where people will be like, "Dude, why would you do that?" But they really think they're invincible. And they have cleanup people to clean up their mess, but sometimes certain messes are too big to clean up. Right? So you have these organizations, the NFL teams, what they do, they will hire certain people to clean up their mess. They know when they leave their house, they know when the stars, when they go to a club, they have somebody watching them. They know if they're taking a certain type of drug or not. They know if they're taking steroids. They know if they're. So, yeah, these organizations, they hire these cleanup crews to help cover the athletes' dirt. So the athletes, they particularly guys like a Henry Ruggs, et cetera, they really think they're invincible until something big happens where nobody can clean up their mess anymore. Yep. This is how it works, man. So yeah, let me look at the Jeff Albright situation. Whatever. Oh yeah, this is true. I saw. Let me show you this. They said Cam Ward is the least talked about #1 pick in the history of the modern NFL draft. Facts. This might be the least talked about #1 NFL pick in history. Definitely, I agree with that. Oh, the Lakers are down 3-1. Oh yeah, I'll say I remember I told you guys I told you I wouldn't be surprised if the Lakers got knocked out in the first round. And I said the only way I don't know if people remember this. I said the only way if they make it like to the finals, if they get like injury help and refs help. There's no way they're gonna make it that far without help from the refs. There's no way. Like in terms of ratings and stuff, they're gonna need like a lot of ref help. Because I wouldn't be shocked. I told you guys, like, I wouldn't be shocked if they got knocked out in the first round. He said, "Sad for Luka, but glad Laker fans can be humbled." Well, the Laker fans are never going to be humbled. That's not going to happen. That's a fool's errand right there. Thorn Starter Fifth says it starts in college and before people see talent, it clears the way for more. Exactly. The more talented you are, the more tolerance they'll give you for doing certain things, right? Yeah, you saying the Lakers fans gonna be humbled? Please, especially especially in the offseason, if they get a big man that they actually want. If they get the big man that they actually want, or they'll try to trade for, Please, nothing like please. They it's then plus the Timberwolves, they still got Anthony Edwards. Anthony Edwards is a dog, man. Anthony Edwards is a dog, straight dog. But I'm not sure who to really root for in these NBA playoffs. No, I'm not sure who to root for yet. Not sure. I know that might be a little. If somebody says if somebody says saying I'm front running, I understand. I won't OD argue. It's just I haven't been paying attention to the NBA season this year out of all years. It's just it hasn't been. I really don't like that. Like, especially seeing that trade happen. Like, I would have rooted for the Mavericks had they not traded Luka, right? Because I rooted for the Mavericks last year because Kyrie came to the Mavericks. They were filling out their squad. You know what I mean? I was rooting for Kyrie to win, right? Because that's my favorite player. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna go for the Clippers because Kawhi's been doing good. Kawhi's been doing good, and so Kawhi technically is my favorite player in the NBA, but I was rooting for Kyrie last year because Kawhi was injured. But I'll root for Kawhi. How about that? I'm gonna root for the Clippers. I'm gonna root for the Clippers. I'm gonna root for the Clippers. Let me root for the Clippers. Let me do that. Let me do that. Let me go. I'm gonna do because I like what the Rockets are also doing, but I'm gonna root for the Clippers, and then I will root for the Rockets as my second team to root for. How about that? That'll work. I can do that. I can definitely do that. The same way I rooted for the Raptors when they had Kawhi in 2019, but that was only because they had Kawhi. That's the only reason why I rooted for the Raptors that year to win. Let me see. Educated Pookie says Tatum repeating or Shea getting a ring super young really helps their resume. Also, you know who I feel bad for? I really feel bad for Jason Tatum. You see, like this is the problem I have with the media, right? They say they want the face of the league. Who's going to be the face of the league? I'm like, well, then you'll say, oh, but isn't Jokic the best player? Oh, he has to be American. You're just like, okay, I guess that knocks off Jokic, Giannis, Victor Wembanyama. But I'm like, these are the best players. Well, not Victor Wembanyama, but I'm talking about he's going to be the face of the league in the future, right? But you mentioned Giannis, you mentioned Jokic, you mentioned Luka, right? And then they'll be like, oh, they have to be American. I'm like, okay, how about Jason Tatum? He's won a ring. He's one of the best players in the league. Puts up elite numbers, but it's like the media doesn't want Jason Tatum to be the face of the league, even though he wants to. They're trying to force Anthony Edwards to be the face of the league so bad. And he clearly doesn't want to. That's the So I'm gonna be rooting for the Clippers. I'm gonna be rooting for the Clippers because right now Kawhi is playing like Kobe. He's playing like an efficient version of Kobe, which is scary. That's like an efficient version of Kobe. That's a scary player. So Kawhi, he's getting in his bag right now. James Harden is playing his role. I like what I'm seeing from the Clippers. We going with the Clippers. We go with the Clippers. So the series is tied 2-2. Next game, Tuesday, April 29th. I want Kawhi to win his third ring. Third ring. I want him to win his third ring. Yeah, that I like this. I like this. That would be crazy if the Clippers win a ring. That would be wild. That would be wild. Educated Pookie said, I saw Reggie Miller talk about fighting Kobe and Jordan on the smoke today. Reggie Miller gave a lot of people work back in the day, though. He did give a lot of people work. That would just be that would just be so random. People like the Clippers. It wouldn't even feel real. It would just feel it wouldn't even feel real. It would just be just what? Yeah, man. Oh, well, let me give off the Shedeur Sanders stuff. Let's do some fun stuff. Let's do some fun stuff. Pause. Let's bring up some fun videos. Let's bring up some hoes. Let's bring up some hoes, man. Let's bring up some hoes. Because really, I can talk about the sports stuff like all day. I'm not even gonna hold you. Oh, did you guys see this? Oh no. Let me not. Oh, I'll show it. I'll show it. Did you guys see Charlie Kirk get destroyed by this veteran? Let me smoke on a Charlie Kirk pack right now. Oh man. Yeah, that would be wild if the Clippers won. If the Clippers won it, wild work. Wild work. Wild work. For real, wild work. But let's bring up one of the funny ones. Let's bring up a funny one. What in the Oh my goodness. Man, working with this mouse has been killing me, man. Working with this mouse pause. Let's bring up Charlie Kirk taking an L real quick to this military guy. Fuck this guy. Old or young 304s. Oh yeah, that's another thing too. Have you been seeing Thorn Star to Fitz comment? Have you been seeing these comments where they're like, if Shannon Sharp wasn't messing with this young girl, this wouldn't have happened to him. People don't even understand what's happening. Like, they're bachelors like Shannon Sharp, guys that are not married, they're getting taxed. So now they're trying to make it like where they're saying like, what if Shannon Sharp was married and in a situation? No, they're trying to force a narrative. They're really trying to force something very sinister. It's very sinister what they're trying to force out there, where they're really trying to force men into complying to the ever-changing dating standards of what women are looking for, whatever caters to them. She's too young for Shannon, but she's not too young to be on OnlyFans that she started. She ain't too young to sell box. But Shannon's too old to mess with her. Even though she's not too young to be a hooker, basically, or an online hooker. Bruh. what are we doing, man? We're like, they don't even see their the normies don't even see how crazy their logic works. It makes no sense. It's the same thing when the normies or even people in the red pill space, which I told red pillers stop doing, is by shitting on the incels. Because I'm like, why crap on that group. They're no threat. You're blaming a whole genre of people that are not even part of the dating market for their dating problems. These are dudes, the incels are the dudes that are not getting laid. How are they the problem? But like I said, with normies, the people that the normies tend to blame when it comes to certain things, it boggles my mind. But like I said, I grew up seeing this. Like, you follow certain soccer teams, I knew exactly who was going to get blamed. I knew exactly who was going to get fired literally the next day. Like, it's too obvious. Somebody always needs a scapegoat. Thorn Star Fifth says right here, I roll at first, then they find out I'm the boss / owner. All flirtation. Facts. Same here with me. Same here with me, man. They think I'm not shit. Then no, this like what will happen with me. They really think I'm not shit until literally the person that's running the room. Hey, Chris, who you with? Who you with, Chris? Oh, no, I was just talking to this. Never mind. Let me, like, or it'll just be like a girl kind of forced into talking to me, even though I don't really want to talk to her. And in their mind, they're doing me a favor, but really, I don't really want to talk to her. But I can already sense that energy. And then, like, the person running the session, hey, Chris, who you talking with? Come here, blah, blah, blah. And then they're just like, oh, and then he's trying to talk to me a little bit more. I'm like, I gotta go. Happens every time. Oh, recently somebody pulled a me on me, if that makes sense. So somebody did a me on me. So it was some random dude on the bench. Because I was looking for the entrance towards the club. And there was this homeless looking dude outside. He was like, oh yeah, I'll show you inside. I'll show you what I'm like, who the fuck is this guy? And I was like, and I just kind of like reluctantly let him lead me to where I needed to be, to the backstage, whatever. And he said, oh yeah, by the way, I'm the sound guy. I'm like, oh. He just comes out, he just pops out of nowhere with his DI boxes and his XLR cords and all this stuff. I'm like, oh. He said, oh yeah, I'm the sound guy. My bad. I was just outside chilling. He looked like a straight bum. He pulled a me on me. I'm not even gonna hold you. I had to give him his credit. He's like, oh, I guess that's what I look like to all these other random people. I guess that's what be happening. Because I'm not gonna hold you. I never looked the part. I never looked the part. I never looked the part. Even like when it came to sports, that used to be the funniest time. Like where you just be like, you're walking at a random spot, and it'll be a girl that literally acted like you didn't even exist, and then she'll be trying to kiss up to the jock that she's been trying to kiss up to for like 3 to 4 years. And the jock comes up to be like, hey, nice goal yesterday. You saved their ass. Oh, man, no problem. And it's just me, just this random homeless looking, dark skinned ninja. just ashy looking ninja. You know what I mean? That's my life. I ain't even gonna hold you. People don't understand. Like, yeah, he's like, you never know who you're talking to nowadays. Yo, dude, there was this guy just the other night. I was at the studio session. I'm not even gonna tell you who it was. This guy comes up to me. It was a guy in crutches, but I happened to see him at the studio session, so I shook his hand and I was talking to him and his friend. So I just happened to see him when his crutches, because I saw him in the studio earlier listening to it. He's like, man, Connecticut finally has a music scene. Oh shit, I'm doing too much. But anyways, he says it to me, and I was like, man, thank you for coming, blah blah blah. I was, polite, cordial. He's like, hey, here's my Instagram. He tells me, hey, here's my Instagram, blah blah blah. And I didn't, but because what happens is a lot of musicians, they get a big head, so they just think they're just talking to a fan. But I was just talking to him. I was just like, hey, yeah, of course. And I didn't even tell him to follow me. I was just like, yeah, of course I'm gonna follow you, whatever. I look at the Instagram page that he pulls up, and then I do a double take on him. I can't even tell you who it was, bro. If I tell you the Instagram page, it will blow your mind. This guy's plugged. He's plugged. Like industry musically plugged. And I had no idea. I didn't even look at the Instagram until I walked away from the car. I was like, thankfully I left a good impression. I wasn't even going to show up to the studio that day. I was even going to show up because my lazy ass didn't want to go. This dude I can't even tell you the Instagram page name, but he recently did a song with the legendary Angie Stone. That's all I can tell you. That's all I can tell you. Rest in peace, by the way, to Angie Stone. I'm like, what? I'm like, what is he doing here? Like, he's plugged. He's plugged. I was like, well, thankfully I went to the studio that day. Guys, you never know who you're talking to. But a lot of girls, I'll say this, they'll just and dudes that with a high ego, they just they shoot themselves in the foot trying to but I'll say particularly girls, they have no idea. They have no idea who's the people with clout, who's the people that are actually making real moves out here, the people that can help them. They're just they never really know who's in charge until they find out, and then that's when they try to turn on the charm. But it's too late. It's too late. I already seen how you treated me. You know what I mean? But that's a whole other story. That's a whole other story. By the way, I've spoken too much. I've spoken too much. The double take, like, who are you? But anyways, let's play Charlie Kirk getting destroyed by the military guy.
You believe that the Jews run the American government.
That's not a secret, Charlie.
Well, no, I find it hilarious that
all Trump's cabinet is Jewish. Have an AIPAC advisor. Not a single person in Congress.
By the way, I had to speed it up a little. Well, let me slow it down a little bit. My bad. Trying to avoid that copyright stuff. Might have to change the background. But yeah, let me change the background. Let's keep it right here. Pause.
Well, no, I find it hilarious that
all Trump's cabinet is Jewish. Have an AIPAC advisor. Not a single person in Congress can make a decision without asking their Israeli Jewish AIPAC advisor. Israel did 9/11, Charlie.
Oh, they did. Wow.
Why are we in the middle? I served. Why were we in the Middle East?
Well, I mean,
why were we in the Middle East?
You can reject involvement in the Middle East without also believing Israel did 9/11. So if Israel did 9/11, help me understand this. Who were the hijackers of the planes?
They already set, bro. I don't know why a lot of the tradcons, the conservatives, they've been trying to use that as an argument lately. The people from Saudi Arabia have literally said it was us. It wasn't, or basically but even though it wasn't really them, but it basically shows that we really had no business being in Iran or Iraq. That's the point. That's the point of me bringing up the Saudi Arabians, that we had no business being in Iran, Iraq. No business, right? But I don't know. I've been hearing a lot of conservatives say, be saying it, and I'm like, bro, we've already been through this. We've already answered that question a million times. We had no business being where we were because we was there looking for the weapons of mass destruction. That's no. We jacked their oil. That's why we were there. That's why we were there. People from Saudi Arabia claimed responsibility, and we acted like they didn't even say anything. But what's interesting when we bring up the small hats, involvement in that particular case, it's interesting. There was what can't be denied. All the small hats that worked in the Trade Center, they didn't work that day because they were told that something was going to happen on that particular day. This is why there were very few small hat casualties on that day. And I got to use a lot of code names because I don't want my channel taken down over speaking the truth. Oh, man. Yeah, Thorn Starter Fit said they judge on looks, bad ideas. So yeah, like when you that dude, but you don't look a specific type of way, you know what I mean? They never think you're the boss, or they never think you're something or blah 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 because you're wearing a certain type of clothes, or you're not wearing Jordans, or they don't see you talking with anybody, so they think you're nobody. So that's just I'm so used to it. So it's just like I'm so used to that. It's just normal. Yeah. But then it changes when they find out. It really, like, now you can feel their eyes on you once they figure out who you are, and it's like, oh. So the energy is never genuine. It's never genuine. But that's a whole other story.
They weren't hijackers.
Oh, okay.
CIA and Israel worked together.
No. Explain to me what happened on the aircraft.
Okay, first off, what we have to understand, there's only one plane that actually crashed.
No,
okay,
there were three.
No, the building's imploded.
Okay,
if a plane's going to hit a building, why would the building fall down?
Time out. Flight 93, did it exist?
Flight 93 existed, yes.
Okay, so who tried to hijack that plane?
They sacrificed those people to make it look like Bush was targeted because they wanted to cover up Bush's involvement. He just happened to be in Texas reading a book to elementary kids, and they were reading a sign on a whiteboard that talked about towers falling, Charlie.
Anti-Semitic.
So shout out to Broski just putting on the information, because Charlie Kirk, he's trying to stall. He's trying to stall him by making him look like he's stalling, but it's really Charlie Kirk trying to stall the information. Classic. But shout out to Broski putting out the information.
Been lied to since the beginning of this country. Jews, Freemasons, all of it's a satanic agenda. Israel is the synagogue of Satan. They're killing innocent people in Palestine over the guise of sovereignty. New World Order is coming, Charlie.
Guys.
Hey, that's his opinion, man. YouTube, that's not my opinion, man. That's his opinion, man. Hey, that ain't me. That ain't me. That ain't me. That ain't me, man.
Anti-Semitism is literally a brain cancer, as you could see.
How is this anti-Semitic, Charlie?
Okay. Explain to me, Flight 93, who was it?
The government.
He's trying to say anti-Semitism is a brain cancer. This is where a lot of the conservatives, they have lost me, particularly the celebrity conservatives that they try to push to the masses, because a lot of them are owned by the small hats. And if I'm not mistaken, is Charlie Kirk, I never really did a research on his background. Is he bluish by any chance? Let's hold on. Charlie Kirk. Excuse me. Let me see. Is Charlie Kirk Jewish? Well, they said his they said his great grandparents came to America from Poland around the time of World War II. So there is a there is a chance that he is an Ashkenazi. There is a chance, but it's not clear. I don't think it's clear. But he does a lot of defending of there is a lot of there is a lot of defending of the stuff that particular group of people do, that he does a lot of defending of. By the way, I saw let me see. Charlie, you said Bobber Downs Fishtail says Charlie isn't stalling anything. Oh, he is. It's a classic technique where it's a classic technique where you make somebody argue an irrelevant point of the convo. It's another version. It's another version of stalling. It's like when you arguing with a bish, right? And and you said a whole bunch of stuff, but she's gonna be like, "You called me bish," and then you say, "What do you mean? Why did you call me bish?" But and then you end up arguing about something else. It's their version. It's another version of stalling. That's the best way. That's the best way I can put it. It's like me arguing with my bish about washing the dishes and her not doing her job, but then she's gonna focus on me calling her a bish. This is me calling her a bish is irrelevant. The relevancy is the dishes. The dishes are not washed, right? Oh man. Let me see. So Garrett Grant said, "Yeah, it's a maybe. Makes sense." Now, there's not a whole. I didn't get a whole lot of research, but they're saying that his great grandparents came from Poland during World War II. So it's a maybe. Yeah, it's a maybe. It's a maybe. It's a maybe. You know what I mean? It's a maybe. But Garrett, remember when I did that show with Riley Gaines' English boyfriend from England? He like Riley Gaines' boyfriend definitely looks like a small hat. He looks like this bass player I know that I'm personally friends with him and his brother. Like he like this there's this bass player I know. You see him, you're like, "Oh yeah, he's Jewish." It's like when you like it's almost like when you see me, you know that like once you see my face, you know I'm definitely coming from the islands or I'm coming from some African tribe off rip when you see me. Like I don't look like an FBA off first glance. I already know that. Let me see. Bobber Down Fishtails says do some research before you talk on people. He says, be real, you just don't like his politics. Oh Lord have mercy. This is nothing about politics, sir. This is nothing about politics. Trust me, I don't know if you heard what I said earlier in the show when I was talking to my fellow colored friend. Right. When I talked about how there's a lot of black people that are conservatives, they get ostracized if they don't think a certain way. So if you had heard that earlier part, it would actually fix your confusion. It's definitely not about politics. conservatives, as much as I rip on them, they can be reasoned with. Liberals can't be reasoned with. I have said this so many times on this channel, but you must be new. But anyways, there's a reason why I don't even show. The only liberals I show are like the women, but the women are women are not necessarily political driven. They're women centered. So whoever's on team women, no matter who's the side, that's what they're going to be with. So women are not really conservatives or liberals, but you're not going to see me put like the crazy liberals on this thing, because I'm not going to focus on that, because people know to stay away from them, right? Yeah, Pyro's like, trust me, it's not about the politics. But yeah. But yeah, that might be the first time somebody has said this. Well, actually, no, I'm wrong. Because remember, like, guys, remember those videos I put about like Jesse Lee Peterson, those shorts, or famously Riley Gaines, and people thought I was like a liberal because I was saying I don't support Riley Gaines. You must be you must have voted for Obama, or what's it? You must have voted for what they said. Oh yeah, they said I must have voted for I'm voting for Biden because I'm not supporting Riley Gaines, bruh. You might have been like, people might have been more accurate. People would have actually been more accurate if they had said you're not supporting Riley Gaines because she's a woman. Even though that's not true, but that would actually be more accurate than like way more accurate than you're not supporting her because you're a liberal. That was just stupid, right? Let me see. Bobber Down Fishtail says, well, I click open and I see Charlie, who is a devout Christian, calling him a Jew. So what am I to think? That I'm just roasting Charlie Kirk is not that's all you have to think about it. I'm just roasting him. It has nothing to do with him being conservative really that much. Well, it kind of does, but it's more of because conservatives have a lot of them are just, they say that they're conservative, but they're really co-opted by different people, because when ish hit the fan about Kanye West kind of started it off, but when Kanye West started talking about the small hats, and then certain stuff and chains of events started happening, and now people are starting to question the small hats now, or when people start talking about the small hats and their involvement with the country that starts with the letter P, we started seeing in the conservative camp what they're really about. You know what I mean? So that's where, and then on top of that, usually I go on the conservatives because they think that they think they're anti-liberal, or they think they're anti-feminist, but they're not. They're actually, they do a lot of things that actually support the feminist agenda than the liberals, because the liberals, they're just crazy, and these people can easily be, they can be pushed to a side. They can be pushed aside, yeah. Well, there's no problem. So Bobber Down Fishtail says, "Oh, okay, I got you." So, like I said, if you see, like, I'll say in the future, like, I understand, but in the future, if you see me roasting somebody, it's not because it's nothing personal. It's just put it like this. It's nothing personal, but there's a lot of conservatives that conservative is just their title, right? They have different agendas. it's not really a whole lot of conservatives I'm impressed with, particularly the celebrities, the ones that they push in front of our face, right? Brett Cooper, Charlie Kirk, Crowder, even though Crowder's going through what he's going through, and I'm supporting him through his thing, even though he's crapped on our space for so long, and now he's going to go through what we've been warning him about. That's a whole other story, and the list goes on and on. the list goes on and on. Bobber Down Fishtail says, I do agree that too many conservatives blindly support the small hats, but I'm center right. I wish we had, because what I like about England, because in America, they only have right and left. There's no nuance. So people don't understand, like in England, they have like center right, they have center, you can be center left. But the problem is a self-proclaimed conservative in England, if he came to America, they would think he's a liberal, right? But in America, things are so extreme that a guy like Bill Maher, the liberals think that Bill Maher is a far right Bill O'Reilly type. And you're just like, are you guys serious? Do you know who this guy? Do you know? But this is the problem with America, though. This is the problem with America. But anyways, it's all good. It's all good. It's all good. But just to let people know in the future, if I'm roasting your favorite person, is nothing personal, because if I disagree with something, if I disagree with your conclusion or the logic, whether it be celebrity or not, Instagram personality or not, I'm gonna have questions for it. I'm gonna I might have to put you on blast. Not you. I'm talking about the celebrity personality. They're fair game. They're game. They're fair game. And I'll say this. He said he's not my favorite person, FYI. Nah, I feel you. But, and I know you're joking there, but how do I say this? How do I say this? And you might not be happy what I'm about to say, but Charlie Kirk's views, he has to think the way that he does. If that, I don't know if that makes sense to you, but there's a lot of these dudes, they be talking crazy about women and stuff and all this stuff. But I bet you if they was getting punani on a regular basis, or if they was really the guy that they say they were, they wouldn't have to lean on religion to be shaming broads into doing what they're supposed to do. They wouldn't be trying to save them when hoes are putting themselves into their own predicaments that they're putting themselves into. Because really, all you got to do is let things play out. With the conservatives trying to save female sports, I'm like, bruh, you really should just let it play out. You should really just let it play out and just let nature take its course. But what a lot of conservatives people do, particularly conservative dudes, they try to save women, and really what they're doing, it's a dating strategy. So they're just trying to be like, we saved you. Look at us. Look what we've done for you. I'm Proximus. I am kind. Right? This is what conservative dudes do. And to me, it's kind of sleazy. It's kind of sleazy, and they don't realize it, but the women see that too. But that's just my opinion. You don't even have to agree with that. You don't have to agree with that. Pyro said, you can't do that to me. You agree with everything I say. Oh yeah, by the way, I have all types of people that be following this channel: Christians, Muslims, atheists, women, believe it or not. There have been women that have messaged me via Instagram. They'll be like, I know your channel has changed, but can you please send me a download of the piano cover you did for J. Cole? I'm getting married tomorrow. I want the audio file. And I'd be like, sure. No joke. This has happened to me. So yes. So I got all types of people following this channel. Or so I'll say like this, supporting this channel. That's a better way to put it. Right. We got there's one kid that's following this channel, Juiced Up Johnny. Believe it or not, he's a Christian dude, conservative, God first, all that, but he's also a Chad, if that makes sense. Well, can a what would you call like a mixed Chad? I hope you don't take offense to that. But anyways, but yeah, there's all types of people following this channel. Got musicians following this channel, working people following this channel, real ninjas following this channel, street ninjas. I used to work with following this, supporting this channel. So you know what I mean. From all different types of walks, So they already know. They already know the smoke is fair game. The smoke is fair game. Let me see. The dude was hooked on pornography, no joke. Christian men are the biggest consumers of porn. It's not the incels, right? The quote unquote incels or the people in the manosphere or these RP guys, right? It's Christian men, particularly Christian married men. It's not. So you're saying the dude was hooked on porn? I bet he's still hooked on it. I bet you he's still hooked on it. Look at all these OnlyFans models that are able to literally turn to Christianity and still find a Christian male simp to forgive her past. And then when you look at the OnlyFans subscription base, they said 90% of the male users of OnlyFans are married men. 90%. 90% married. So them Christian dudes, they be capping. They said haters because he's rich. Who? Charlie Kirk? I would not want to be Charlie Kirk on my worst day. Respectfully. Respectfully. Yeah, the pyro. This is what the conservatives do. Look what I did for you. Can I please get some punani now? This is what the conservatives be doing. I'm not even gonna hold you. That's what they be doing. That's what they be doing. That's what they be doing. Yep, 90%. 90% of male users of the OnlyFans users are married men. Now, I thought it was going to be like 70%, 60%, but 90%, that's wild. That's wild. But it makes sense. It makes sense. Because I was telling people before, the people that have the money to support these sex workers, right, are married men, because married men usually have that kind of income to support multiple people. Married men are judged like the money that married men make. They're judged by can you support yourself, but can you support multiple people? If you ask sex workers, if you ask the people, the street walkers, who's your biggest customer base, they'll tell you it's married men that buy my services the most. People think it's these young dudes or these young quote unquote incels buying OnlyFans. No, they don't even have the money for that. They're spending their money on 2K VC, video games, Fortnite, V-Bucks, Twitch, giving Twitch people donations, sending super chats to people like us. Right. That's what they're doing. They're not spending it on OnlyFans broads. Are you kidding me? Young men are not, I'm talking about young single men are not at bulk funding these sex workers' lifestyles. It's the older married men or married men in general. That's what they're doing. It's them. It's not us. It's not us. It's not us. It's a lot of young men taking the blame and brunt for just not giving these people the attention that they've been dying for their whole lives, right? Yeah, wide variety. It's free smoke for everybody. Free smoke, man. Pyro said, "Bro, married men are down bad." Yeah, they are, and I learned that as a kid. I just didn't think it was that big of a problem as I thought when I was a kid. But really, they were just trying to save me. You ever heard like those old married white dudes that they be trying to spit game to you? He say, when you grow up and you have a wife, you got to be like, yes, dear. And I used to be like, that's not no kind of life to live. But I understand. It's like you got to understand where they're coming from, right? You see, hopefully it's not the wife's fault. I know it sounds like cope, but it's just something else. It is. Respectfully. Thorn Starter Fit said most of that 90% is because of the naughty edge, deep, faithful, dirty South. Facts. If you look up the categories of pornography that men from the Bible Belt be looking up, it would blow your mind. It will blow your mind. You see, but yeah, them conservatives, they can't fool me. Like, I don't know, they be thinking. I guess, look, I know the behind the scenes of what goes on in churches, American churches, black churches, Hispanic churches. I know the behind the scenes. They can't fool me. They can't fool me. I know what goes on behind the scenes, man.
Government put them there.
No, who was it?
They crashed a plane intentionally to make it look like George W. Bush was targeted.
Who was the hijacker? No, this is important. They can never answer this question. Who was the hijacker?
They didn't have real hijackers trying to their plants.
Okay. So they got.
First of all, that was a guy interrupting him in the back, but that's not the blockbuster question that he thought it was, and you'll see why later.
The black box, of course, it was all just like a conspiracy.
Just like they found the passport miraculously 2 miles down from the crash site in
I'm sorry,
New York.
what?
They just happened to find one of the hijackers' passports laying on the ground 2 miles away from the crash site in New York. It just happened to be there.
And Charlie Kirk clearly didn't know this, but that's a whole other story.
They just walked up and found it. They just randomly happened to find a perfectly good passport.
With that piece
Look
of
it
data.
up. Look, World War II was fought not over what everyone thought it was fought of. Every war is fought by. It is funded by the rich, the Rockefellers, all the rich, the Rothschilds.
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
They funded all those.
Was Hitler bad?
I think Hitler was bad. Yes, Hitler was bad. Yes, but
what does the Austrian painter have to do with what he's saying? Not really. And people might say, well, but weren't you talking about, the small hats? But for what he was talking about specifically, the Austrian painter is not of relevance. It's only going to be of relevance. Like, say if the military veteran brought him up, then that's the perfect time to bring him up. But he was clearly not aiming to talk about the Austrian painter, because as soon as he asked, is the Austrian painter bad? He said no. Is he good? He said no. So clearly that wasn't just to bring up the Austrian painter as the the small hat sympathizers. They always do this. You know what I mean? But we'll just let it. We'll just let him go.
Did the Holocaust happen?
The Holocaust did happen.
How many people died?
Not 6 million.
How many?
It was not 6 million.
How many?
I don't have an exact number, Charlie. I don't have an exact number. It wasn't.
But you said it's not 6 million. You must have an alternative. How do you know it's not 6 million?
Because there wasn't even 6 million Jews in Germany.
Okay, well, I mean, you tell.
That's like, I'm sorry, that's like 5 to the military guy, 0 for Charlie Kirk. I'm not even gonna hold you, and people can say I'm biased, but I don't care. This is a 4-0 thrashing. I'll say this is a clear 4-0 thrashing to the military guy. 4 for the military guy, 0 for Charlie Kirk. Easily.
Tell me, you're the expert.
The reason why Jews have been run out of 109 countries throughout history is because every time they get into a country, they try and take it over. In Nazi Germany, again, they are having transgender surgeries, underground transgender surgeries. They're promoting homosexuality in schools.
And this is also true, that last part. I told you guys got to read I think the Pink book or whatever that book was. That I couldn't believe when I saw the pictures. When I saw the pictures, I was like, yo, this is crazy. I did not know this was a thing. I had no idea until this year when I saw the pictures of the Transformers. I'm like, wait, this is the 1930s? So we're going through the same thing almost 100 years. I'm like, oh, hell no. And watch this. Hold on. And this is the conservatives. This is part of the conservatives playbook. This is what they be doing. So a lot of the conservatives have been getting called out for being under control. So what a lot of the conservatives have been doing now is they go back to their old playbook, particularly the small hat conservatives. What does Ben Shapiro do? He's been catching a lot of flack recently. So what does he do? Derek Chauvin needs to be released. So, right? Vivek Ramaswamy, same thing. He does something similar. Go to the old, let's stir up the white conservative crowd against the ninjas over nothing. And you're seeing it right now with the Carmelo Anthony situation. When you see the conservatives going all in on the Carmelo Anthony situation, and you're just like, really? Because a lot of those conservatives, they were taking a lot of L's, particularly earlier this year. So now they're trying to go in on we need to release Derek Chauvin, or they're like, oh man, the Carmelo Anthony situation. And you're just like, who? I'm like, bro, if the attackers were two white boys that went at it, if it was a white dude stabbing a white dude, or if it was a black dude stabbing a black dude over a track meet, a football meet, this would even be a story. Nobody would even care. But now they're trying to stir up the nonsense. I'm like, oh, I'm like, that's what y'all doing? Come on, man. That's why I didn't even cover. That's why I barely covered that story, the Carmelo Anthony story. I didn't even cover it because I don't care. I don't care if he gets found guilty. I don't care if he gets found innocent. I don't care. But this is where now you see now the conservative, a lot of like you're gonna see where you see the conservatives like Matt Wallace. That's another guy. A lot of these other people, I'm seeing even my man Homath was about to crash out over the Carmelo Anthony situation. I'm like, who cares? I'm like, who cares? If it was two white dudes that got stabbed up over some track meet or whatever, if it was two black dudes jumping a black dude stabs the black dude's brother, it wouldn't even be a story. They'll be like, oh, that's just another ninja killing another ninja. Continue. If it was an Hispanic stabbing up an Hispanic, nobody would care. But we got to stop everything that we're doing because it was a black dude attacking a white dude, or if it was vice versa. I would literally not care. I would literally not care. But this is what these conservatives, particularly the conservatives that got put on blast about the small hats, now they're trying to go all in on these race related topics, particularly when it comes to white and black. That's the hustle. And really, it should be an insult to your intelligence if you're a white conservative. It really should be an insult to your intelligence, particularly what I was seeing Ben Shapiro doing. That's bruh. It's like, come on. It's like that black dude that's a troublemaker that's trying to it's almost, well, I'll say this. It's like for me personally, when I see these so-called pro-black dudes trying to talk about the black woman is God, or they're trying to say black is beautiful, but these were the same black dudes that were making fun of how dark my skin was when I was a kid. No cap. No cap. Anybody that's a dark skinned ninja, give me an amen in the chat. People forgot how bad it used to be for us. And now these same people are pro blacks and talk about dark is beautiful. And come on, man, stop it. You know what I mean? So you're not gonna get me. Thorn Starter Fifth said it's the all-in mindset. If I agree with someone, I must love everything about them in for a penny and pound nowadays. Well, I'll say this. That's one thing I do respect about the conservatives. I remember talking to somebody's dad about this. He said, at least they'll back you no matter what, no matter what you do. There is a sense of loyalty I can respect about the conservatives. That's one positive I can take from the Republicans and the conservatives. They're loyal. They're loyal for the most part. They're loyal. So I'll that's why I tend to lean right more than I do lean left. Yeah, the race hustle, or even like you'll see it with boxing. So they always play on the black fighter versus the white fighter. They always play on that card. And I'll say this: Mayweather was a master of doing that. Floyd Mayweather was a master of promoting himself or making sure he puts himself with the Hispanic fighters, because he knows the Hispanic fighters have like the biggest like fan base. So he would always antagonize the hell out of all the Hispanic, opponents that he had boxing wise, because he knew that was going to be a bigger draw, particularly when it came to the Caucasian Hispanics, like the European Hispanics. So that was, or like particularly the Mexican fighters he would fight. The particularly the Mexican fighters. he would literally antagonize the hell, like I'm like in people with set of eyes should kind of see what he was doing, but there was a lot of people that took that personally. There was a lot of people that took it personally, and I was trying to tell people, I'm like, no, like trust me, it's not personal, because when Floyd Mayweather faced Conor McGregor for the exhibition, he actually had a lot of love for Conor McGregor, because that was probably one of the few times when it came to promotion, he didn't have to do the heavy lifting of promotion. And Conor McGregor's an Irish white guy, so there you have it. But these are the nuances that a lot of people they miss. But a lot of this race hustle, like, it's one thing when you're younger and you rely on it, but I think by the time you hit like the age of like 23, 22, I'll say 23, by the time you hit the age of 23, you should kind of grow out of that race, just identifying with the race, or just identifying specifically when it comes to somebody's politics. Or if by the age of 23, you shouldn't be like so reliant on a certain politician changing everything for you. I think by the time you hit 23, you kind of grow out of the tribalism, but that's just me. Maybe I'm going by my own timeline, but I just think by a certain age, you should be able to grow out of the tribalism. And people don't understand, like, if you got to understand, when you live in America, everything's about leverage, money, power, etc., etc. You know what I mean? That's really all it's about. See, there are crazy people on both sides. One day people will realize that your beliefs do not define your caricature, and the media drives people. I just like to fish and make music. But the thing is, when it comes to the media creates the perception of the media. They create the reality as they go. And it's not going to be a whole lot of people that are privy to it. So I like to use the basketball example that nobody likes. People talk about the Detroit Pistons, the so-called bad boy Pistons. I love using them as an example. So when they see the Detroit Pistons, they always think about the bad boy Pistons, but that was just propaganda, right? So anytime they show the Detroit Pistons playing from the past, instead of them showing them being one of the more higher scoring teams in NBA history during that time, instead of showing them being one of the first people to implement small ball to play with three guards, right? They always show Bill Laimbeer or Rick Mahorn or Dennis Rodman knocking the hell out of somebody or Isaiah Thomas getting into a fight. Right? So this is what they just show that, they just keep showing that, they just keep showing that. And now that's the perception. Now, when it came to the Detroit Pistons, they didn't hide from their nickname. They just like, well, we'll just run with it since that's what you're calling us. So they made the hats, they made the Raiders themed hats, and they just ran with it. But that wasn't the reality of the situation with the Pistons. And like I always be trying to tell people, I'm like, if the Detroit Pistons were so bad, why did all these teams want Dennis Rodman and John Sally when they left? Why did they want Joe Dumars as a GM for their team after he retired from the Pistons in 1999? Why was Isaiah Thomas the president of the whole NBA Players Association? Why did they leave that out? The Pistons couldn't have been that bad, or the reality was the Pistons were just in the way of Michael Jordan getting to where he needed to be, because the reign of power was supposed to be from the Lakers to the Celtics, and then to Michael Jordan, and the Pistons were in the way of that. So they're just gonna, they're dirty. Okay. But that's like that stuff. It can't. I can't get tricked by that stuff anymore. And I'm not saying I don't get tricked, because I still get tricked on a lot of things. But when it comes to this media stuff, it's literally right up my alley. I like, it's right up my alley. Let me see. Bulber Down says they were bad. We wanted the worm because he beat up MJ. Oh, you from Chicago? So that's different. I'm not gonna kill you on your take, but I'm talking about Bulber Down. I don't think you understand, but there's people that are bigger fans of the Chicago Bulls than you are, and you're actually from Chicago, right? So I'm talking about, there are people that like MJ is their god, but they're not even from Chicago. But you're well, I don't know if you're from Chicago, but they're like, the way people look at MJ, it's like he can't do no wrong. You know what I mean? And I'll say this, I really started seeing how delusional the average like 90s basketball hype beast, the 90s basketball fanboys were a little bit overboard. And I'm not saying we don't have people in our generation that's overboard, but I realized how overboard they were being when I would hear Corey Holcomb, how he still praises Michael Jordan for being the best, but he has so much praise and respect for Durant, LeBron, et cetera, Shaq, right? And he's he's a Chicago native, right? And I'm like, how come he has more respect? And he's a comedian. And I'm like, it really, because I thought it was just me I felt like that whole Isaiah Thomas stuff was propaganda. And I'll say this, Corey Holcomb still, he don't He don't mess with Isaiah Thomas himself, but I like how he talks about basketball. I'm not gonna hold you. It makes sense coming from him, but some people they just take it too far. When they just take it too far. He said, I don't know about that. I'm a huge fan. Yes, I lived in Kilbourne Park in the 80s. Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. But like, I don't know why like people couldn't put two and two together, like why there was a rivalry between Isaiah Thomas and Jordan. It's just Isaiah Thomas was a Chicago native and Jordan took over his city. Now, and then not only that, Jordan was mad because Isaiah Thomas would never bow down to him. That's really what the friction is. There was never a really passing of the guard between Isaiah and MJ, but people don't understand there was never a passing of the guard from Larry Bird to Isaiah Thomas, but they for some reason they required Isaiah Thomas to do the same for MJ, but they give Larry Bird a pass for not doing that for the Pistons. So it's just like, you know what I mean? But it is what it is. I ain't finna trip over that. But this is what I mean. The media, they control the reality. They control the reality. They'll have people believing the Pistons were the dirtiest team of the 80s and they were actually one of the smallest teams in the NBA. And actually one of the more higher scoring teams in the NBA. You know, so Bober down, Fishtail said it's jealousy. People hold on to their favorite sport team, especially years later when their team were bad. Like I'll say the 1985 Bears are the best ever forever. But you're from Chicago. That makes sense. I'm talking about there's people outside of Chicago or whatever. They're bigger stand boys of MJ. It's almost like they're honored to lose. And it just makes no sense to me. It makes no sense. Like for me personally, they always talk about the 90s is the best era, but they always feel like, oh man, it's almost like they were bigger fans of MJ than their actual team. It confuses me. It's one thing to have respect for the player, right? But it's almost like they felt honored to lose to MJ. And it never made sense to me. It never really made sense to me. And the Knicks, they actually come on, like they had Anthony Mason on their team. They had goons on their team, bro. Straight goons on their team during that time. But they get like people like applaud them for their thuggery. And they were way dirtier than I'm not gonna say way dirtier, but they were dirtier than the Pistons, objectively. But they were a great team, though. Yeah, exactly. The Knicks were a great team. They were a great team. But I just don't like the way they kind of take away from the Pistons' legacy. And I'm talking about these people won't even be from Chicago, but they'll hold a grudge against Detroit more than the people from Chicago. It makes no sense. I'm like, you would think it's one thing if it's the city. It's not even the city. It's not even the city. He said it's the first time they saw someone that good. Keeping up was, room to talk. That is true. It's almost like when we talk about, Michael Jackson, a lot of it, I'm not saying he didn't have aura, but there was because there was no social media. So if you saw something like Michael Jackson, that's why all these bitches was passing out when they were seeing him, because they didn't really see nobody like that before. And Michael Jordan was a guy, he was really one of a kind. He really was one of a kind. You know what I mean? So this is why, unfortunately, because we're too much in celebrities' businesses nowadays, that we don't really get a chance to appreciate what today's superstar athletes bring to the table because we have too much of an access pass to them. We're, but like Michael Jordan was able to keep up his mystique. You just didn't have, like, there wasn't a whole lot of superstars like a Michael Jackson, Michael Jordan. Like, they were really one of a kind people. Something different, something new that people have never seen before. But like I said, that makes sense. But like, there's people that hold more of a grudge against the Pistons than you, and you're actually from the spot. You're from the you're from the spot. Long live the Kings. Oh yeah, Charles Oakley was on the Knicks. So you heard the story about Charles Oakley catching up with a player in public and slapping him in front of his baby moms and kids. Yeah, I've heard a lot of stories of Charles Oakley slapping people in public, just straight up punking them. But he gets away. It's cool. It's cool when he does it because he's Michael Jordan's friend. You know what I mean? You see the hypocrisy. The Knicks were dirty, bro. The Knicks were dirty. They were a great team, but the stuff that they did, from what I studied, I was like, but the Pistons got the bad rap. I was like, wow. He says, oh yeah, so was Prince. Look at what people said about him. Now they all did 360s. Yeah, Prince was one of a kind too. Prince was definitely one of a kind. When it comes to music, I will say this. When it comes to music, I'll save my opinion for that for another time. I'll save my opinion for another time. I will say this. Oh yeah, perception. Like when I talk about the media, what the media will create is the reality. Because this is what the media will do to you. The media will have you afraid to say Ike Turner was the real king of rock and roll. But what they want to attach Ike Turner's name to was Tina Turner. So every time we talk about Ike Turner, we're not thinking about him being potentially the real king of rock and roll, the real originator of rock and roll, along with Chuck Berry and why am I blanking on his name? The gay dude. I'm blanking on his name. Little Richard. The real kings of rock, being one of the original kings of rock and roll. But what we do, anytime we think about Ike Turner, they always, he was beating up Tina Turner because of the movie and because of the interviews that they would have with each other. But when you do the real research behind Ike Turner and Tina Turner, they were in a physical relationship with each other. Like their relationship was physical. I'm talking about to each other. But it's not popular to say because dudes don't want to seem like an abuse. They don't want to. You don't want to be seen as an what's they call it, an abuse apologist. Right? That's I don't know. But yeah, the Knicks were hammers, facts. But the media's perception, when the media is driving a narrative, they usually win that battle. The only people that have almost won their battle against the media, was Marshawn Lynch and Kyrie Irving. Everybody else they've lost. And even with Marshawn Lynch, he lost because, well, we all know why we say he lost. And then Kyrie, they don't even want to apologize to Kyrie for Kyrie Irving being right about not wanting to take the poke, right? The only athletes I'll say to beat media perception is Kyrie Irving and Marshawn Lynch, and they're still losing technically. So whatever the media puts out there, it's reality. Most people are not. They won't question what's being presented in front of them. Shout out to D-Man 50, man. Shout out to you being in the chat. Not many free. Yeah, he said not many free thinkers. There's. I grew up watching Terrell Owens, Allen Iverson, Balotelli. These were my favorite athletes growing up, and I can conclude with you. There's just no free thinkers. If you ask the average normie, what do you think about? Ask Bober Downfish. I know you don't follow soccer, but I want you to ask a soccer fan, what do you think about Mario Balotelli? They're gonna say the same stupid shit. Oh, he's stupid. He's an idiot. He's wasted talent. They're gonna say the same bullshit, and they're gonna talk about shit that he did 15 years ago with Manchester City. That's what I, you can. I bet my life on it. That's what they're gonna say. Every single normie. You're not gonna. You're probably. You're not gonna find much people, any soccer fan, that's gonna tell you the real deal on what happened with Balotelli. They're not. They're not. Right? If you ask the normie, what do you think about Kyrie Irving? They're gonna say he's a team cancer. He doesn't help teams win. Ask the normies about who's another person that people be hating on. Any athlete that gets a SA case, they're just gonna believe the accuser off rip, and so on and so forth. Pyro, let me see. Let me see. He said, y'all need to listen to Taylor Swift, SZA, and No Name. You know what's funny about your comment? I actually like No Name. I think she actually has talent, but she misuses her talent to talk about nonsense. Like, she's actually good at what she does, No Name, but the agendas that she tries to push at times is, I just shake my head. In 2016, No Name dropped a great mixtape. I'm talking about a great mixtape. I thought it was the best. I thought it was the best project next to Ron Gilmore's album. I thought it was the best project I heard in 2016. I'm not even shitting you. I thought it was the best project I heard in 2016. No Name had dropped a mixtape in 2016. I know it's kind of hard to compare it to albums because, mixtapes are a little bit different from albums in terms of, the sampling. There's a lot of stuff you can get away with in terms of when you drop a mixtape, you don't have to go through a lot of the beats that need to be cleared through sampling, sample clearances. So you'll see a lot of the beats that don't need to be cleared through sample clearances, and they'll go through on mixtapes. But I'll say this. That was the best mixtape of 2016. I thought it was the best project of 2016, but I'm just keeping it real with you. But No Name, she SMH. But anyways. And SZA's she's a BBL warrior. That's what she is. Yeah, the battle. To tell you the truth, I don't care what type of I'm standing 10 toes down. It all depends on the situation he or she is in. Bober Down Fish Tail says, oh, like when Jordan went to play baseball, people were saying he was actually suspended for gambling. Imagine that today with the net. Oh yeah, he would have been effed. He would have been just known for that. I'll say this. When you look at so Long Live the King said, Big Ben, the only athlete they swept it under the rug for. Yeah, Big Ben. I'll say this. When it comes to essay allegations and stuff like that, I don't usually have a whole lot of sympathy for certain women that put themselves in certain situations. But I would say with the Big Ben case, that was sketchy. That was a sketchy situation where I can't definitively tell you who was in the right and who was in the wrong. But like I said, when alcohol is involved, when alcohol is involved, they're always saying, or when it comes to these college cases, even though that wasn't a college case for Big Ben, when it comes to these college cases, when it comes to grape, they say alcohol is involved 90% of the time. 90% of the time. So, who bruh, what can you say? Yeah, No Name was good. She's actually has some decent projects. She has some really good tracks that I liked, but she misuses her talent to, like, I remember even one time I remember she was talking about, I don't like how most of my crowd is white. I'm like, that most of those hipsters are the ones that are helping you pay your bills. What are you talking? Because I know them ninjas ain't paying for them tracks. It's them hipsters paying for the vinyls, paying for the actual mixtape, which is supposed to be free. So I'll be like, oh my God. I'm like, No Name, you don't have to say this stuff. You could just do the music and people could just respect you. And then you could just move on with your life. But that's No Name. No Name is she's a tortured soul. She's a tortured soul. Like, I feel bad for her sometimes, the same way I feel bad for Amanda Seales. Like, Amanda Seales, like, the route that she's decided to take, this feminism stuff. I don't she does not have to do that. Like, there was a time where Amanda Seales, I'm not saying that she was a baddie or some hottie or whatever, but she's pretty enough not to do that. Like, there was a time where she was pretty enough to, like, she doesn't have to go that route. Like, Amanda Seales, people forget, like, she used to rap. She used to do she used to, I don't know if she used to sing, but she used to rap. I know that. She used to do tracks with certain ninjas and stuff. Like, Amanda Seales, like, the route that she really does not have to do that, but she just decided to, like, what's the artist, Sinead O'Connor, talented woman, talented, but anyway, man. Sound album so depressing to say. D-Man 50 says, I remember when you could cop tapes for $5 on the streets of New York. Facts. There's certain people they'll charge. But all of my stuff I got from hotnewhiphop.com, Dat Piff, live mixtapes. I don't even know if that website is still there anymore. Livemixtapes.com. I think I got damn near all my mixtapes from that. Yeah, livemixtapes.com and datpiff.com particularly. And then hotnewhiphop.com. And there was another website that I would use when I was a kid. I'll say this, in the 2000s, I was on Dat Piff heavy. And then in the 2010s, livemixtapes.com. And then there was another website that I was using to download. Like, I would be able to download the official iTunes album on this particular website. I forgot what it was called. It's very, like, it's only when I started getting money where I would actually start buying the albums and stuff to support the artists that I like. But when I was a kid, I listened to damn near all of my stuff for free. Let's see. Oh man. She did say that. Said, and these girls are listening to Nicki and Sexy Red. I'll say the Sinead O'Connor, I think she lived a sad life. I'm not gonna hold you, even though I'll say that she was right about the Catholic priests. Let's give her credit. She was right about those Catholic priests. Let's not completely dismiss her. She was right about those Catholic priests, but she lived a sad life. That's not a life where I would encourage women to live. The personal life that Sinead O'Connor had. You know, that's anywho. Anywho, you know, that's not it, man. That ain't it. That ain't it. But anyways, I think let me see, maybe one more video, but let me see. What else can I show the public? What else can I show the public? What else should I show the public? Oh, right here. This is perfect. This might let me see. So let's get off the media. Let's get off the media real quick. This is one of the funniest stuff I've seen. This is some of the funniest stuff I've seen on Twitter. This is why I try to tell people you're not even really supposed to argue with women per se, because all you got to do is look at their Twitter, and their thing is ever changing, and you can kind of predict. If you actually look at a girl's profile and watch her tweets for about 2 weeks, you can predict the rest of her tweets for like the rest of the year. So you'll see from a lot of the broads, when it starts to hit that end of the month, they start talking about why can't I find a provider? But that's because, you know, rent is due, and so they start ranting about wanting a provider. And then once that phase is over, then all of a sudden, I don't need no ninjas and blah 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 blah. They do that for another one, and then end of the month comes. Where are the providers? NFL draft day comes. Why are all these black men with white women? Draft is over. I hate ninjas again. Like, you can really predict a lot from Twitter. But this is let me show you this. Let me show you this. This is why I say please watch out for these so-called conservative chicks. Right? So this is a tweet. These are 2 tweets from a so-called Christian conservative woman. Right? This is her profile. Right? I'm going to show you her profile. Self-proclaimed Christian host. Right? Oh, let me take this off. My bad. My bad, guys. Hold on for a sec. So-called Christian host says, first of all, let me zoom in, actually. Let me zoom in. Right? Christian host, whistleblower, Native American, common sense coach, calling out fatherless behavior. So this is a so-called conservative, but then she's talking about calling out fatherless behavior. So let's show you one of her tweets that went viral. So here you have one of her tweets that go viral. She goes, men cannot comprehend that women are more attracted to how a man makes her feel emotionally and mentally than how his body looks. If you cannot captivate mentally and emotionally, then your physical attraction will never move her. She goes, I can see why so many men struggle to get women to sleep with them. What's worse is that men refuse to believe that this is true because they think that because women sleep with men for money or status, that it is because they actually like them. And those men get cheated on too with the girl's boss because he emotionally and mentally stimulates her. Men have no idea how to romance women. Imagine actually believing that a man's body and his money excites women. Now, here she makes a tweet like this, right? Now, watch this. Then she makes a tweet like this. My ex-husband was 6'3", chiseled body with literally no fat, athlete and musically talented. He used it to deceive a lot of women to the point where he would directly tell women, that he cheats on me and beats me, and they would still sleep with him and try to be with him. They thought it was just me because he was quite attractive until it happened to them too. He even told the counselors and pastors at our university about his behaviors and they didn't care. A lot of people use looks to deceive people. This is why character should be the highest. So you did the same thing. You went for the physically attractive guy that was honest about what he was. And yet here you are in another tweet trying to dismiss the talking points that let's keep it a buck. She saw somebody from the manosphere making a certain talking point that she disagreed with. Let's keep it a buck. That's where she got those talking points from, where when you have guys saying women are aiming for the top 20% men or the top 10% men. This is where she's getting her information from. Meanwhile, she doesn't even understand. She has a tweet just like this proving our talking points. And this is exactly the reason why, mind you, this is not a liberal. This is not a liberal, guys. This is just the average broad. This is not a liberal. So this is why, you'll even have women. I showed you women, certain women that will comment on my channel talking about get me onto the stream so for a debate. And I'm like, no, absolutely not. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Because like you would think they would have the sense to at least delete these tweets, these contradicting ass tweets. And then she has an exact tweet, not only snitching on herself, but snitching on how most girls went for her ex-husband because of the same thing that you're complaining about. So you're complaining about men complaining about women only going for looks, yet you have a real life example of women falling for your ex-husband for looks, and you did the exact same thing. And these be the people that want to go on my channel to debate, mind you. I promise you, these be the people be trying to go on my channel. Or how about this? I'll put it like this. These be the women that complain about certain podcasts like the whatever podcast, the Daily Rap Crew, Fresh and Fit, these podcasts that will have these women on, right? And they'll be like, why can't they get intelligent women on there? Bruh. It's not gonna work. it's not gonna work. But this like people like wonder like you ever gonna have a woman? You gonna debate a woman? Please. I'd rather mop the ocean. Well, I'll say this. I love it when women say stuff like this. They'll be like, "I'd rather mop the ocean," or "I'm a, I need to iron my fish." No, I need to iron the dishes. I remember this one broad said this. She said she tried to get away from a guy. She said, "I need to iron the dishes." I was in high school when I heard that. I was laughing so hard when I heard that. She said, I remember one bro. She said, "I'd rather mop the ocean." I'd rather mop the ocean than to debate abroad about this kind of stuff. Maybe about sports. Maybe sports, because I think most people, when it comes to sports, I think most things can be. I won't take it personal because there's a lot of people that have terrible opinion when it comes to sports, but when it comes to this stuff, absolutely not. because there's just too many examples of stuff like this, especially on Twitter. There's just too many examples of this nonsense. I don't understand why men think that women are only going for this. You have a whole tweet like this, bruh. Oh man. Kerrigan says, "Stop the cap." But yeah, of course. But like you see it all the time, like, or you'll see it with like you'll have like black women on Twitter complaining about a black man dating a white girl, and then you'll go on her Twitter, and it's her making thirst tweets about being with Caucasian men, and it's almost like clockwork. It's like clockwork. Just, I'm like, shouldn't you at least try to delete these tweets before you say these things? Pyro said, Chris, imagine if all the RP content creators just hop off and stop making content, and RP dudes just stop posting, texting on, and guys just stop dating. And if women ask anything, they should just say next topic. How would women will handle it? They would crash out over the lack of attention, because they're crashing out over dudes not talking to them at work. And like I've witnessed this in real time. So it's kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't, particularly if you're dealing with women. And it's not, and like I said, even if you have the perfect situation, if you got one dude that's making one girl feeling uncomfortable, he's got to go. So it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. And what they don't, and particularly what women don't even understand, technically, we're giving women the cheat code by making this kind of content. We're actually giving them we're literally giving them the keys of life, low key, with their content. But they're just too emotionally like, because even though our content is geared towards men, but a smart woman would look at this and be like, damn, I could actually learn from this. But they take it too personally. They take the take the content too personally. This is why it baffles my mind when I'll hear dudes talk about, oh man, I went to my job and I said, look at, and I showed them a Kevin Samuels video. I'm like, why would you do that? Why? I'm like, are you trying to get fired? Or they'll go to like, because I guess I'll say this from my vantage point, listening to some of the women in real life, it seems like there are a lot of dudes taking our content and they're just repeating the talking points to the girls, and they're just like, oh yeah, Kevin Samuels told me this, and this guy told me that, and Myron Gaines told me. And I mentioned these names for an example. These are grifters, but I mentioned these names for a reason. So now the normies, they hear this and they think this is what this space is about. And you're just like, oh my God. So if you're a guy listening to this content, please, you're supposed to use this information as a shield. You know what I mean? But back to the point that not you're not supposed to use this as a sword. You're supposed to use this as a shield. But back to what I was saying, if women were smart, they would actually look at our content. They would not see this as hate speech. This is not nowhere near close to hate speech. But they're just gonna stick with the narrative like that. This is a toxic space and blah blah blah. So they're just gonna stick with the narrative, and just, even though it's wrong. Like, you even see, like, I saw something on the Tamron Hall show where they had some black dude on there, young black kid who's kind of sounds gay, but that's a whole other story. But I'm not trying to diss the kid. Talking about, I was a victim of the manosphere. They told me to do this, and I had to grow out of it. And you're just like, get the fuck out of here. It's just ridiculous. Long live the king said, I give women credit though, even though they know they're wrong, they sink with the ship. Yeah, like what I do, I just agree and move on. Like hoes will, sorry, broads will just say certain things, and then you're just like, you just nod and you just move on. There's no point. But I guess there are a lot of dudes that are taking this information. Like a broad will say something, and they will really start arguing with the broad and start saying, but Kevin Samuels said this. And they're just, I guess dudes are really saying this for real. I guess you know, I guess some of them aren't lying in terms of dudes using the information and trying to use it to win arguments with women. And here I'm trying to tell these dudes, you're not supposed to be arguing with, particularly with women you don't know, but you're not supposed to be bringing these talking points out like that. It's, but what more can I do? Now, to be fair, maybe I should be the last one talking about that, because I've had Ainsley in my chat. That's a former co-worker of mine. He knows the stuff that I said in 2017 to my to my coworkers when I was working with him. So, but I never said, like, the only person I would quote was Patrice O'Neal and Corey Holcomb at the time. At the time, and I would talk about the research I would do. Like, I remember I was talking about my coworkers during that time of like 2017. I remember talking to them about the IG models getting flown out, getting dookied on, right? And this is the research I had did during that time. But there was a lot I was talking about. Yeah, I was talking about my coworkers about marriages and divorce. I should have not did. There was a guy that I was following. There was a lot of MGTOW creators I was following during that time. I remember particularly in 2018, 2019, I was following Iman67. That was one of my favorite content creators. He keeps getting demonetized. He keeps getting his channel taken and taken down, So in 2017, I was quoting a lot of Corey Holcomb, a lot of Patrice O'Neal. Yeah, during that time. So it was really a lot of the comedians I was copying. I remember during that time, when you're talking about 2017, believe it or not, people might be shocked with this. O'Shea Duke Jackson, right? So, because the thing is with the algorithm, because when I started watching Corey Holcomb, like his 5150 show in 2016, then what happens, it starts recommending other channels to me, right? So they say, oh, Corey Holcomb's channels, Corey Holcomb watchers also watch this. And Corey Holcomb channel watch. This is how I found out about O'Shea Duke Jackson. And believe it or not, I already knew about Kevin Samuels during that 2017, 2018 time. But he wasn't the content he was doing during that time was not geared towards women, like at all. He was just one of the people that O'Shea Duke Jackson would just be like, oh, these are the people under me, Obsidian and all these. Like, there's a lot of people that came up through O'Shea Duke Jackson. But yeah. I started listening to Chronic when I was in college too, during that time. But during that time, around 2016, 2017, it's not that I didn't like Undead. It's just I felt like he was going too far. But I was younger during that time. So that's why I couldn't really put my name behind Chronic during that time. Even though I respected his the stories that he was talking about, the stuff he was going through. When he was talking about well, that was more later on, but when he was talking about his drug dealing and all this stuff, anyway. But oh yeah, there's also a lot of MGTOW creators during that time. Started listening to Hammerhand during that time, but I wasn't quoting those guys because I thought those guys were extreme. Even like I thought just the whole MGTOW movement in general. Just MGTOW in general. I was like, I see what y'all are saying, but I don't think there's anything that's gonna stop my wantingness, right, to be with women. In terms of me putting it all on the line. But the older I get, I'm like, okay, I get it. He said, "What did you say in 2017?" Yeah, I was quoting Corey Holcomb. And Zoe Williams. Why do I forget about Zoe Williams? Like, so Zoe Williams, he's not a manosphere guy per se. He's not a manosphere guy. He's just a guy that would have deep thoughts. He was the first person, Zoe Williams, on the Zoe What Show. He was the first person that I saw bringing all these brain dead bitches on his show to talk about relationships. Like that, that fresh and fit model, that's not an original like model where he's just bringing all types of bitches on the show to talk about relationships and stuff. Like one day I really got to do like a show showing you all those Zoe What shows from like 2015, 2014, 2013. I think I've showed you guys like the dates of those shows. These were like shows from like 2013, 2014, 2015. I showed you the Dr. Cheyenne Bryant shows from 2015, 2016, right? Like I showed you comments from Anthony Bryan Logan. Like I already know about a lot of those guys before they even blew up. I used to see Anthony Bryan Logan, aka ABL. I used to see him on all these Zoe What show in the comment sections and stuff on the live chats. Not too long ago, really, but I would see him up in in the comment section. The Hodge twins, right? But even though those guys are conservatives, I used to see these guys in the comment sections. Like these people are not new to me, But these were the people that I was quoting during that time. Pyro said, "Yeah, I had the same feeling about Undead when I was a teen. And the older I get, I understand why Hammerhand feels the way that he feels about certain people. I get it. I get it. I get it. You see, Panda Man, Undead used to sling that ish. Well, it's like, it's not. It's just he talk. First of all, he talks about it. Well, he doesn't really talk about it a lot now, but it's just he did a little bit of it, right? And then he said that it red pilled him, but that wasn't 2017. I don't think so. That was a little bit later on, but anybody that's passed some stuff around, they have to be red pilled after that. There's no way you're not. It's impossible. Like me just going to college for that 1 year, being on campus for that 1 year, that showed me everything I needed to know. That showed me everything I needed to know. Like college is the reason why I don't believe in any essay cases on first glance because of college. I can't. It's impossible for me to, seeing what I saw. And I went to a small college too. Thornstar Fifth said MGTOW is just trying to figure out women, and that's more than they're doing for us. He goes, in my opinion, the modern day problem is women despise the guys they can have and hate on the guys they can't have. Exactly. That's to sum it up, that's basically what it is. To be fair, what we're going through right now is just the women are aiming for these top guys or the Pookies and the Tyrones, and then they're taking out on their frustrations on the men that can actually help them in life, but not actually taking out their frustrations on the men that are actually inflicting harm upon them. So, you ever notice this about particularly broads? They will talk about we need to battle SA culture and in predators and men targeting young women, but they will never give up their drug dealer's name ever. They will never give up their drug dealer's name that they dated when they were 14 and the drug dealer was 26. They will never do it. They will never do it. They'll never put him out there. They'll never put his name out there. But you cough wrong at her during the relationship, or you do something, then she'll put that on blast. Or you were a little bit thirsty in the Instagram chats, she'll put you on blast. But she'll never give up her drug dealer, the drug dealer that she was messing with for free drugs, or her tattoo artist that she was messing with. She'll never give up the names of them, and they were overaged. Never give up their names. she'll never do it. And then they take out their frustrations on the average dudes. This is why you'll see a lot of women, they just really have a hatred for the average man, because they see the guys that is actually the guys that they're actually supposed to be with, and they're just looking at those guys. They're like, there's no way that's my match. And then what even makes it worse, that guy could literally save her life, and she actually needs that guy. It's not that she has to be with that guy. It's like she actually needs that guy, and that resentment builds. You know what I mean? So then you'll see, this is why you'll have the average broad will have a real resentment for the average man, because they just can't stand the fact that that's what they have to be with in their mind. You know, Panda Man saying it's like how single mammies get mad at single childless men who they would never want, wanting us to mentor their bastards. Oh yeah, I've seen these. Black men, we need you. We need you to mentor these kids. They're hurting. I was like, you just like, are you serious? Hey, I'll tell you this. If you want me to mentor that demon, that will be $1,000 an hour. Unless if you're willing to give me $1,000 an hour, don't talk to me. Like Patrick Beverly said when they got the Kawhi letter. Don't talk to us. That will be a boy. I'll say this: kid comes from 2-parent household, we can negotiate rates when it comes to mentorship. 2-parent household, kid went through something, maybe his father passed, and he's been acting out ever since. All right, bring him to me. We'll negotiate rates. But I'll say that, yeah, single mammies, $1,000 an hour. At least $1,000 an hour. You don't got it, you don't got it. At least as a minimum $1,000 an hour. I'm not even, this is not hyperbole. I'm sitting there listening to the I'm like, what do you think we look like? He said, yep, they wish they could change Chads to average men, but we're basically, they want the Chads to stop what they're doing and be with them, because that's the guy that she likes the most, or whatever guy that she likes the most. She wants that guy to stop what she's doing while she's still doing what she's doing, weighing her options. No, that's not gonna happen. Panther Man said that Twitter thread was dope. I think I saved it. Yeah, you know the tweet I'm talking about. I'm like, are you kidding me? I said, I'll be damned. I'll be damned. Mentor these, but because they want you to mentor. Not only they don't even want to pay, they want you to mentor these kids for free. They just want you to just step in and just free. Or I'm just gonna drop him off to the barbershop and have him learn the trade. Please, that will be $1,000 an hour. I will. You're better off paying me that $1,000 an hour. Better me than the cops. Better me than the cops. Like what did Kane say for Menace to Society? When he had the gun to the guy's face. We supposed to be brothers, man. This is what these bras are trying to do. We supposed to be brothers and sisters. Oh, you trying to be smart with me? You trying to drop some knowledge, man? Give me your chain. Next broad that asked me or asking dudes to mentor their kids. That's reckless. Hey, next broad that asked me to ask them to mentor their kids. I'm just gonna say, instead of just saying I'm gonna rob you, I'm gonna just be like, that will be $1,000 an hour. Because I'm not gonna. That'll be too reckless. I'm gonna rob you. that's reckless. That's reckless. I'm just gonna say that will be $1,000 an hour. That I'm just gonna look at them just straight up like that, with no emotion in my face. That'll be $1,000 an hour, right? And depending on what job you have, maybe we can do a payment plan, but the rate stays the same. And if it's a daughter, that will be $100,000 an hour. Oh man, no, that's reckless. Sons only. But say if they were just asking for there's no I don't understand how you could be like a stepfather to a mother that has a daughter. I would never, ever. That I can guarantee you that you'll never see me do that. And not with the son either, but I'm just there's dudes out there that are really taking single moms on to have daughters. That's crazy. I would never. Absolutely not. $1,000 an hour. Yep. Panda Man said, nope, that's too generous. Garrett said, facts. Men will make concessions to a chick, but women overvalue themselves. Yeah. Yeah, he said, nope, no payment plans. Cash up front per session. Yeah, yeah, I'd have to do that now. No payment plan. It would depend though. It would need to be like the broad would have to be making like she would need to be like if she has like a high paying job where she has something where she can build up her credit, I'd consider the payment plan, but I don't know. Yeah, you're right. $1,000 an hour. That's right. And if you're looking for, oh, can you give my daughter an opportunity? That would be $10,000 an hour. Oh yeah. Chris, Pyro says he said Corey did say if the mama ain't crap, her kids will never turn out good. These are facts. These are facts. These are facts. That's one of Corey Holcomb's funniest jokes. Oh man, that's wild. Corey Holcomb is brutal, bro. By the way, any woman that you hear start talking junk about Corey Holcomb, it's because of the abortion jokes. It's that's all it is. It's the abortion jokes. Let me see. Ronnie Jordan, Corey Holcomb. Why can I not bring up that interview? Because that is one of the funniest things I ever heard Corey Holcomb say. Yeah, more than culture. What's it called? Excuse me. Sorry, I just burped the mic. But come on, man. That part's got to be there. Here we go. It's got to be there. It's one of the. So right here. This is this is where Pyro, or I think, well, but I've said this before, but Corey Holcomb says it best. Corey Holcomb says it best. He says it the best. He definitely says it the best here.
If your mama wasn't shit, it ain't nothing at this school they could teach you. What you talking about? Help you be about shit.
I gotta put that as a soundbite. I gotta put that as a soundbite. And he said that joke in front of like an all-female college too. This dude is wild. Wild. He said there are dudes flying abroad to be stepfathers. Effing clown. Yo, facts. There's people is dudes going to these different countries, and I'm not saying like it's no disrespect, because I like the passport bros, but there's dudes I'm seeing they wifing up single mammies abroad. It's crazy work. I'm like, that's not the point of. I'm like, why would you fly abroad to be a stepfather? You might as well just stay in America. That's awful. There's no way. He said, "Ha, that's why they're looking for stepdaddies." But I gotta clip it. I definitely gotta clip that video. But anyway, man, that's definitely, that's enough for today. That's another day. Oh, he said, Thorns on the Fence said, I'd rather adopt if I'm dying to be a father. You see, you know what's crazy? Because I would remember the dude that was in the comment section, no disrespect to the man, where he said, what are my options? he was like, he was like, so is there what are the alternatives for marriage, whatever? So what's the alternatives if you want kids in America? And I told him, okay, you can do surrogacy. And he was like, no, he was like, what more alternatives than surrogacy? I'm like, well, you could do you can adopt, you can be a stepfather. I said you could be a stepfather, or you can, you can adopt kids. And then when you give them these alternatives, they don't like it. I'm like, bro, you're not gonna avoid the game, especially if you're a black man. If you're a black man in America, you're most likely not gonna be able to raise your kids from 0 to 18 in a 2-parent household. I'm talking about your kids. That's rare. That's probably not going to happen. Not in America. You know what I mean? So roll the dice if you want to. Roll the dice if you want to, but don't don't like. They're trying to shut down our stuff for a reason, because we've given men too much game. But anyways, that's about it for today. Thank you guys for tuning in. Please stop. If anybody that got hate for Shedeur Sanders, just chill for a second. Don't get too caught up in the hate watching. You know what I mean? But damn, I went 2 hours overtime. I went 2 hours overtime. I just realized it. So I'm gonna leave it off with this video right here. And thank you guys for the super chat. Shadow Dog Law, Harambe with the 199, Gary Grant with the $10, and Shadow Dog Log with the 4.99 super chats. Thank you guys. And we will leave it off at which one can we do? Let me see. Let me see. Let's take this off. Let's set out the outro video to Broski from earlier, the Corey Holcomb quip. So shout out to you guys and thank you and take.
Exactly. I was with Floyd Mayweather. When I met him, I couldn't believe it. Floyd was like, hey, what's up, man? This my fiance, this my girl. They was both standing right there. That's what paper do, boy. You got that paper, people fall in line.
I don't care for that.
Now, it's a shame that people fall in line because of the paper, but this is a fact. If you got that paper, you can bring your whole family to the barbecue. Not the family you had. I'm talking about if you got that bread, you can bring everybody to the barbecue and demand they act like they got some goddamn sense. That's my boy about her. That's my boy about him.